You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning. Friday morning is here, and Friday morning means day 2 of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7 Reels. Oh, this is it. This is the big finale of a long, long season for these anglers who have been on this trail since back in the first week of February, most of them. That's our playing field right there. Lake Martin, sort of a last-minute switch from Lake Hartwell in South Carolina, where they're still dealing with recovery there, to this place, which was sort of seen as a good alternative, and I think it's a very, very interesting lake. A lot of bass fishing history here. We can't wait to bring you 4 hours of coverage right here this morning on FS2 of this very, very important moving day in the opens scene, because we have a lot of issues to settle before tomorrow is over. That'll be championship Saturday. But after day 1 of fishing, you see the man on the top, an Alabaman, Will Davis Jr. Will Davis is a very well-decorated Alabama angler. No surprise to anyone to see him with all of his experience right here on Lake Martin. That's very, very valuable. Ronnie Moore, I think you have to admit that he had a leg up on the competition.
Yeah, I think if you take Will Davis Jr. anywhere in the country, he's going to do well. But in the state of Alabama, Tommy, we'll have to go through his resume. He has done fantastic in his home state. We have a whole list of guys, and it helps, Tommy, when your top AOI contenders are also catching them this week, and they're in the top 5 as well.
And then we'll be with 9 anglers today, all day long, including many of our tournament's top performers so far here at Lake Martin. We also welcome our special guest, Bill Lowen, the Elite Series star for all the years of the Elite, and a man who is who is really in favor of these hard grinder type tournaments.
Yeah, it's awesome when we watch grinders. You know, they caught them yesterday. It was exciting yesterday, and I expect today to be the same. We keep harping on how important one big bite is, and that's what Will Davis got yesterday. He got one big bite and put him up there to be in the lead, and I'm sure we're going to see that happen again today.
All right, well, we're looking at a lot of things at stake during the course of this week. Of course, this tournament, winning this one gets the winner into the Bassmaster Classic, or if he's double qualified, he gets someone else into the Bassmaster Classic.
Door open a little bit, and really felt like I get to 10, didn't get to 10, and I knew not getting to 10 was going to leave the door open. So I feel like I need 9.5 today, just because didn't quite catch them. The guys that I needed to around me to not catch them didn't catch them quite as good as I did. So need 9.5, 10 pounds a day to get through it, in my opinion. I think 10.5 might still make the cut. Would really like to beat Scott, and win the division as well. So there's a lot on the line, and I'm anxious, I'm excited, nervous, a little bit worried because they didn't eat very good yesterday, and I know the back end of this tournament's going to be difficult. So we're going to go out and we're going to cast as many as we can and see what happens.
I'm feeling pretty good about today. I really don't know exactly where I'm going to start. I know that I've got to start in a new area. These fish don't replenish on key areas. It takes a good long time because there's not a lot of bait in this lake, and the bait that is in this lake is real deep. So you have to start fresh every day on a new location if you're going to get a big bite. And to get a big bite, that separates you from 50th place to the top 10. And they're so hard to get. Yesterday, that 4.9 that I caught was the biggest fish I've caught down here in 3 years. And man, there's not many of them, and they didn't get big for no reason, and you just got to trick one of them to bite.
Yeah, so hey, day 2, I'm excited about today. We had a great day yesterday. We had 11 pounds, 13 ounces. Really couldn't have gone any better, I don't feel like. We had a solid game plan. Went out there, we caught some bass. So looking forward to getting out here today. The goal today is to catch as much as we can, but we're gonna have fun. Really, there's no pressure. We go catch some fish. We're gonna fish the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. But right now, I'm just kind of focused on getting out there, hopefully catching them up. Really trying to win this tournament, going to the Bassmaster Classic. So that's a huge deal, but we need some luck. We need to put ourselves in position to do that. We got a lot of fishing to do. There's a real fine line between having a really good bag and just an average bag, and it's a couple good bites. So those bites we had yesterday went a long ways. That's what we're looking for today. We're going to fish hard. Hopefully we do not have a fog delay, but we're going to get started here pretty quick and hopefully get out there and find the right ones today.
Big day. I mean, blasting off my whole dream growing up is right here on the line. I mean, it's at my fingertips today. So I got to go out there and catch them. It's tight. If it's meant to happen, it's going to happen, though. And I believe in myself well enough to know that I can do it. And I got the Lord on my side, so I'll catch them. I'll catch them.
Go fishing. I mean, that's the deal. He knows. Seize the moment, you know.
Somebody said it yesterday, pressure's a privilege.
What, brother? I feel very blessed to be here right now, and we're going to go fishing. You know, well, God is good. He's made us a beautiful day. We're fishing the Bassmasters Open, the premier tournament league here, and again, haven't been fishing in a while. Came out here and practiced and did a lot of pinging a minute and decided to go fishing. So we're going fishing now. So I'm going to get through this gaggle of boats right here and get started up. But no, just very blessed and excited to be here, man. Very excited to be here.
You ready for this morning?
I'm ready. I'm dang sure ready now after that. I was gonna drink my Celsius, but heck, I don't need it now. I got plenty of blood flow.
How you feel about today?
Man, I'm excited, ready to go fishing. It's a beautiful morning again. I feel like it's probably gonna be a challenge today for sure again. You know, conditions are changing. It's cold this morning. We got some fog, not as much wind. I think it's going to be different. Just got to make the right decisions, make the adjustments that we need to make, and we'll be good. So I'm excited.
Most of our 9 anglers that we're going to be in the boat with today, and those 9 representing the 3 major stories that are going on here during the course of this day number 2. Of course, we've got the competition for the win in this tournament and a trip to the Bassmaster Classic. We've got competition for that 9th place. 9th place and above, get a ticket to the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. We've got 3 anglers right there in that race, very, very close together within, 13 points of each other, Ronnie?
Yeah, that's really, I think that Matt Adams, Evan Kung, and Bo Browning are within half a pound in the tournament standings, and that's just, I mean, that's a dozen spots, Tommy. So we normally think a pound every 10 spots. It's even tighter this week. Bo's talking about it at takeoff. He knows this is the last day of the season guaranteed for most of the anglers, and for him, it's his Elite Series opportunity. Your whole entire season, you fished so well, and it literally comes down to if you catch a pound more than your competitor today, and you can have your dreams come true and make it to the professional aspect, the Bassmaster Elite Series.
So much at stake at our Tackle Warehouse EQ. Let's get out to third place, I should say, in this tournament. Dakota Eber, a great day yesterday, 12 pounds and 7 ounces.
Pretty decent one. Heck yeah,
Starting out good this morning.
That's a good one. That's a good one, man. That is a nice one. Start off the morning. Thank you, Lord. That is number 1. Good one, too. Dang near a 2-pounder. I bet you that one's 2. Piece of that. That's what I'm talking about. Nope, he's not 2. 1 3/4. Still, that's not a bad one there. Not a bad one. I'll take 5 of them. Without hesitation.
Well, we saw Dakota catch one exactly that same size first thing yesterday morning. He said, I'm going to take that one to the weigh-in. I bet you anything.
Yeah, and we just see a mix-up there. He had a great topwater bite going yesterday, a plop-in style lure, and this one right there, it looked like it was on a jointed swim bait, whether it's a fast action one or whether he's working it slower, and so more adjustments to be had today for sure.
Out to Bo Browning, one of those 3 in that very, very tight race for the final position in the top 9. Get him into the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. And he said, boy, my whole career's on the line today.
We're going to get rolling this morning. They're not big yet, but it's coming. They eat my little cricket. I'm in the same dang spot. That could have been the one from yesterday morning, I guess. I'm pretty sure that one yesterday morning was pretty good. One pounder. Something, man. All right.
Here's Bo Browning at the weigh-in yesterday.
I just could not get the ball rolling, right out of the gate, and I feel like I'm around the fish. I had some good bites this morning, just didn't capitalize, and, I'm going to put my head down tomorrow. It's so dang tight. A half pound here can make or break you, so I like the pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, and I'm going to get out there and fight my butt off tomorrow.
I know you will. Good job.
Bo Browning finished college at Montevallo and went straight into the opens. I mean, no pause at all. He is going to get this done.
I mean, the pressure's on, but it's really just me and a few other guys that are fighting it out today to see who can get that Elite Series berth. But I believe in myself, and I can do it. I know I can. I just got to get a few of the right bites today. But Lord willing, if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
Bill, you've got guys like Evan Kung, Matt Adams, who were nervous about their day yesterday. Now they're in protect mode. They're in, and they're ahead of Bo. Bo's got nothing to lose, and it looked like he was determined and confident as well. Already got 2 early ones in the boat, and so for those other guys protecting, they don't know the scoreboard, but now they have that uncertain feeling if their day starts to not go well.
And the guy that doesn't have anything to lose, that's the guy to be worried about. He doesn't have nothing to lose. He's going to put it all on the line. He's going to fish till the last minute, and it's exciting to sit here and watch it all unfold. All the guys that needed to catch him yesterday caught him. So you watch them this morning at takeoff. You see the excitement. You see the anticipation, the unknown, and they're ready to roll. And I can remember when I was trying to qualify for the elites being in that kind of exact situation. And for those of you that never sat in a takeoff waiting to go, it's a feeling you cannot describe, and you can just watch it in these guys' facial expressions and things like that. They're ready to go. They're confident in what they're doing, and I'm honored to be here, and it's going to be exciting to watch it all go down.
On the road again.
Tommy, we see, Elite Series, the Opens, whatever it may be that we cover. When it gets to the end of the season, there are very few people who are comfortably safe. Or in the Opens, because it's such a big field, there are only a few people who are squirming. They're the ones who are on the. It's good to have this pressure today. That means something's important. You're not well out of the game, and there's very few who are well secured.
I'm honored to be here.
Back to Dakota Ebear. Got one good one in the live well already. 1 3/4, 2-pounder is a solid keeper here on Lake Martin. That's kind of our baseline for size here. Every event has a sort of a different size that's a baseline, a gold standard, a game changer, and we'll get into that today.
I'm surprised we had 110 limits out of 121 guys, and the average fish was 111. 1 pound, 11 ounces.
Not too bad.
Like I said, I might just have not hit the right point yet. It seems like, without a doubt.
I'm A-okay with just locking off Will Davis's Popar and Cody Ebear's Ploffice in 2 box right now. I'm all good with that and see what happens.
The feedback we get on Bassmaster Live tells us that's what they want to see, that sort of fishing right there. We'll see plenty of it today. We'll see plenty of fish catching today. Also, take a look at our leaderboard right now. According to Bass Track, Dakota Ebear now has taken over that top spot. Alan Brooks will be with him today, all day today. Ditto for Will Davis Jr., Cody Meyer, Paul Marks, and Bo Browning. We'll be right back.
Each Camus boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Camus stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Camus boat is about more than fishing. Camus Boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities with 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
Any short-sighted spy in the field can provide you with images. Only the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams provide tactical reconnaissance. High-resolution photos and videos paired with detailed intel of where game is most active. Built for simplicity, just turn on your Edge 2 cell cam and it will auto-connect to one of the 4 major cellular networks, while our easy-to-use app arms you with game plan so you can determine where and when to hunt. Don't just capture images, gather intelligence.
We're all sick of those deep-voiced industry buzzwords. Let's actually talk about something fun. Swim baits. The issue is it's intimidating for most anglers to gain confidence in throwing something this big. At Clutch Swim Bait Company, our social media posts, our videos, and our website is all dedicated to helping you, the angler, gain confidence in throwing these big baits. Beginner to advanced, we provide you the products and resources to help you catch more game-changing fish. If you'd like to take your swim bait fishing to the next level, check us out on social media or at clutchswimbaitco.com.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp-hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
Don't give up.
St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Good Friday morning to you. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. This is the final stop of the year, the end of the road, and it's been a long road that started down at Lake Okeechobee in Florida, first week of February, and here we are, middle of August, wrapping it up, and all the chickens are coming home to roost, as they say. All of our races will be decided during this week, and there's very, very tight competition for several of them, including winning this tournament. There's your second place finisher after day one, Alan Brooks of Georgia.
Alan's been out here for a while, Tommy. 10 of the last 11 years he's been in the Opens. I remember covering him on the water in 2017 at Douglas.
Doesn't look like a bad one there.
That one will keep. Not what we're after, but it's a sign of life. Stop.
Well, a little bit smaller coming out of the water.
Looked bigger than that when it come over, didn't it?
He was close to the camera then.
It's getting them everywhere. $15.5.
38 B.A.S.S. entries. He's got a pair of top 10s.
Yep.
This year he's fishing the one division. This is going to be his best finish by far. He was 197th at Okeechobee and 218th at Santee Cooper. But wins here, he goes to the Bassmaster Classic.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well end the year on a good note, right?
Yeah.
I heard him talk this morning. He said he did a lot of practice pinging a minnow and didn't work out, so he just went fishing. And a lot of times that's when you have your best events. When you got no preconceived notion and you just go do your thing.
Back to Cody Meyer, already got one good keeper in the boat, hooked up again. $12 inches for spotted bass, largemouth here. Length limit for keepers.
Was shocked that Alan measured that and it was 15 and a half. So I was like, he had a big bag yesterday. He's like, oh, this is just a little one.
Right.
Oh, it's actually 15 inches.
Little fella, but that's number 2. Finally got us a topwater bite.
He had like the third biggest fish yesterday, Brooks, did a 3.9. Our Phoenix Boat's big bass is Will Davis, had a 4.9.
This man right here caught that 3 3/4 yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah, he put it in his 3
3
3/4, 313 when it hit the scales.
Got to start somewhere. That's 1 more pound closer to making the Elite Series. You heard? You heard?
Cody Meyer, if you don't know him, one of those anglers who's done big
He
things
was right where he was supposed to
on
be.
other tours,
on the point,
other circuits.
With a little wood there. He just wasn't as big as he was supposed to be. He did smoke it. That was encouraging too.
Take you back out to Bo Browning. Do or die day for him. Got to break into that top 9 if he wants to fish the Elite Series. His first year out of college.
It's a really beautiful light.
This was earlier.
While you're fishing, I'm going to ask you about you standing.
All right.
And I'll let you get back to it.
All right.
I know it's new fishing.
I got one. Come on, baby. Be a good one. Stay on it. No. No, 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 no. All right, all right, all right. That's a little guy, but hey, didn't take long. They might be eating my little popping cricket this morning. We'll stop the strong water real quick. Oh, largemouth too. Stop that. Stop. We don't need all that this morning, man. Stop it, man. Okay. Pound and a halfer.
We'll have some bonus footage from before we came on the air. So that's 2 keepers now for Bo Browning. Out to Matt Adams, one of the guys he's trying to unseat from that 9th position.
I mean, I've had 2 small bites on a shaky head that didn't, just kind of grabbed the tail end of the worm. A lot more of the same of yesterday morning. I tried to make a change in area to try to see if I could find some more aggressive fish this morning, and so far that's not happened. The morning bite's been really difficult for me all week. It's I don't know why. I can't really put my finger on what's going on, but the morning bite has just been tough. So my bites have come basically 9, 30, 10 o'clock, maybe even 11 on. I'm just not getting many bites in the morning. So I know the right thing to do is to throw top water to try to get that big bite, chase some shade lines for a couple of hours. It's really hard to stay on that pattern though when you haven't seen it all week long and in practice or yesterday, but that's what we're gonna do. Because I feel like I've got to have 10 pounds again today to feel like I've got a good chance of making it, and I don't know that I can get there without having a kicker fish on top water or getting lucky like I did yesterday on a dock after the sun comes up. So I need to catch one to get the nerves calmed down a little bit. You know, it's pretty amped up this morning, and I don't know. It's not good. It's been a tough fishery. It's going to be probably tougher on everybody today. The second day on this fishery is always very difficult. Heck, the first day's tough, but we're going to stay at it. We're going to keep chunking and winding and see what happens.
Well, it's the second verse of the same song, Bill Lowen, here on day number 2. You can go out and catch some deep, but to get some size, you know, your chances are better up shallow.
Yeah, it typically seems like that in the fall, you know, and you heard Will Davis talking this morning about that 4-pounder he caught yesterday. It's the biggest fish he's caught on the lake in 3 years. And, you know, you take 100-plus boats and put them on a body of water, they tend to beat it up really quick. And I think we're going to have a lot of different conditions today. Yesterday we had a lot of wind, you know, and anytime you're on a body of water that's clear like Lake Martin is, the wind helps. So to not have that much wind today is going to definitely make things tougher. So this morning bite, I feel like it's going to be very critical for our guys this morning until that sun gets up. And that's a really good one that Cody just caught there.
Decent one. Decent largemouth. That's what we're looking for. I mean, it's not a giant, but nice snort. Probably 1.75 pounds if I had to guess. All right, let's see. Heck yeah, 2-pounder.
That's a good
2-pounder. Get us going. Red, there we go. 2-pound largemouth. Gosh, they look so much bigger when they hit, but we will take it. That's what we're gonna do, just run this top water, guys. See if we can get 5 like that. You know, or bigger, but I feel like for me, that's definitely my best chance of catching some big ones. You know, you fish out deep, and I know there's some really big spots in here, but you know, if you can get up on the bank and, you know, fish around some of these old bluegill beds and just fish for some of these big largemouth cruising down these seawalls, I feel like your chances, you know, go up big time of catching a better than average fish for sure.
Guys, with that 2-pounder there, it'll put him at 14 pounds, 13 ounces and a basic virtual tie for second in the tournament. And that is significant because these two gentlemen here, Cody Meyer and Easton Fothergill, are first and second in the AOI race. And they were separated by 27 coming in. So if Cody gets up to second place today and Easton stays in 30th, there's the 28 points that Cody needs to make up. So we'll keep an eye on that. It may come down to tomorrow. We may not finish AOI today.
Yeah.
So one of these two is going to make the top 10.
Yeah, boy, that one got very tight. Cody making it really tough on the man who has led that Tackle Warehouse Angler of the Year points race for a long, long time here in the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. This is day number 2. Glad you're with us today. Dakota Ebert, one of our stars all season long, leading this tournament at this point right now. Boy, we got a lot of stories to follow and some fish catching coming, that is for sure.
You're here for the hook set and nothing else. Because the battle between you and the bass should always be front and center. And now that the best trolling motors ever made are even better, we'll lead the charge. So you can focus on getting them to bite whenever and wherever the fight takes you. With Minn Kota, you're free to fish on any front.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maxim Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now, with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
Live imaging shows you what's below in real time with edge-to-edge clarity and no gaps in coverage, all so you can turn must-watch detail into non-stop action. Only from Humminbird.
Start your Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday. After a huge win to take down Michigan, Washington takes on Iowa in a Big Ten showdown. All starts at 10 a.m. with Big Noon kickoff live from Provo. Ahead of the Arizona BYU clash, and then it's Washington, Iowa at noon, only on Fox. We've got a big clash of our own going here in the world of fishing here. This is all the new attention given to the Bassmaster Opens this year, and this is the culmination of it. I think a lot of people have drawn in or are sort of enchanted by this competition, and it is very, very strong out here.
I'm still hung up, Tommy, that Washington and Iowa can be in the same conference, and Cal and Clemson can be in the same conference. I'm still just hung up on that.
That's a whole
long gap.
Another brain teaser right there. We maybe get into that later or not at all.
But yeah, speaking of Paul Marks, I think a lot of people are dialed in this year. You're right, Tommy.
Easy. Chubby one.
Paul with 11-11 yesterday.
Yeah, I believe everybody that needed to do their job yesterday did their job. And as it looks this morning, ain't none of them letting off the gas, that's for sure.
I was a little more surprised with Paul's weight. We didn't never see a bona fide big one. Maybe after we were done at 2 o'clock, he had just a little bit of time to fish before checking in. Maybe another one came late, but for the most part, he had just all solid ones with that one dock fish that was a little bit bigger.
A little bigger. Out to Alan Brooks. Alan, 12.5 pounds yesterday. 2 already today.
Little, but I think it keeps. Not what we're after. That's tiny, tiny, tiny. But he's 13 inches.
Well, look at that water and it's gin clear. Looks like they're fishing in
in
a
there for
swimming
now.
pool. Not the water that I like, Ronnie.
does blow your mind. Yes, they can see it so much farther away and come and get a topwater bait in clear water. But to see how aggressive they are, you know, they have to hit it hard and fast because you're not going to, you know, they can't sneak up on it.
First look at Evan Kung, one of
A
those
big one,
three.
but it's a start.
Locked in that race for the
Being a
ninth
little
spot.
skittish this morning. Hopefully put a few in the well, then find some bigger ones.
So it's Kung, Browning, Adams. That again reminds you of the three anglers gunning it out for that final spot. Bassmaster Elite Series 2025.
And the way
good race.
And the way it started, Kung had a 5-point lead over Adams and Browning, who were both tied. Yesterday, Adams gained 3 spots, so he's 2 behind Kung, and they both are about a dozen points or so ahead of Browning. So, but dozen points equates to 8 ounces this week. So.
You remember, Kung was leading our EQ point standings after 4 events. He led for a couple of events and had a couple poor events and climbed back up, and hate to see him continue going downhill. I find Mark's path even crazier, that he had 2 finishes in the hundreds and everything else. He's, you know, started the year 4th and then an 8th, and then he's finished up strong with a 11th, 12th, and 10th, and now again he's in our top 10 this week.
Lake Lanier guy here from Georgia. This is Paul Marks. Browning 2 in the live well, so this could be number 3. Would put him a little bit better standing versus his 2 opponents for that vaunted last spot.
Decent one. Oh, sorry, buddy.
I have to say, Bo feels comfortable here in Lake Martin.
I'm out there on my forward-facing sonar. Come on.
What'd you catch him on?
Just a little Nico rig.
Fishing in college at University of Montevallo. That's Lay Lake on the Coosa River, different chain, but not far from here. And he grew up at Lake Hamilton and Lake Washita, not far from where we sit here in studio. And I would say if you mix those 3 lakes together, you get some Lake Martin in there.
Tearing up my little Nico worms. I got 1 bag.
From Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas. We saw his parents in our opening segment there. His dad, Stephen Browning, spent many years on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
How far away is Montevallo from Lake Martin? At least an hour, maybe a little bit further. He's probably for sure been fished over there with the school.
You know, and that's the beauty of the college division. It puts them on so many different bodies of water that, you know, that an angler becomes a very well-rounded angler very quickly.
You have to if you,
Yeah,
you want
that's
to
absolutely
get
right.
over.
About an hour and 20, Such. About an hour and 20.
Not that far.
We talked about Bo going from high school ranks. He had fished the Opens as a co-angler, jumped in and fished a few Opens as a boater, and went to college. He went to Drury University up here in Missouri.
Springfield.
Yeah, not far from where we are here, closer to his home. Then transferred over to Montevallo in the state of Alabama, and fishing and roommates with Easton Fothergill.
Yeah.
Both of them graduated college on the final day of Logan Martin earlier this year. So they both barely missed the top 10. And I guess good thing they did. They got to walk across the stage, get that out of the way, and then they can move on. Next
The
event,
weigh-in
Easton
stage or
wins
the
it.
graduation stage, Ronnie?
Hey.
Easton 26th yesterday. 9 pounds, 11 ounces.
And 26 does his job.
Yeah.
26 boxes out
He
Cody Meyer.
wins the Angler of the Year.
Cody Meyer could win the tournament, and it still wouldn't matter. It would be a 1-point win for Easton. So he's thinking 27th or better, and I'll take my chances.
Treading water here.
Could be over today, but if Fothergill catches the right amount and Cody Meyer's in our top 10, we have to wait till tomorrow to crown the EQ champ.
No, Easton would have to catch the wrong amount.
Okay.
From the Easton's perspective, you have to catch the wrong amount to open that door.
Or he could just put it away today. It's 12 pounds and
Back to Evan Kung, one keeper so far. I heard him say he wants to catch a few out here and go look for bigger ones.
Yeah, I believe that's the same thing he said he was going to do yesterday, and I don't think we ever seen him leave.
No, he didn't.
Decent one.
One's a little more filled out.
It is.
That's what you always hope, Bill, is I'm just going to go secure a limit.
Still,
And one of those 5 that you catch to start your limit is
with 5 of
yeah,
those.
good. And then you're trenched in.
And you're like, yeah, I made the right decision this morning, which sometimes typically doesn't happen.
Evan Kung from Ontario, in Canada, or from Toronto there. Strong competitor this year. A great start for him down at Okeechobee. Followed it up over at Lake Ouachita. But that was a long time ago. That was back in February. We have reached the end of the line, and this is the big climatic event of this year, the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens.
Each Caymas boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Caymas stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Caymas boat is about more than fishing. Caymas Boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities in 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
More than a simple spy, the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams are your covert analysts in the field. SD card free, built-in memory. Onboard Moultrie AI for false trigger reduction. Cloud-based AI for detailed tagging and filtering. You don't just get high-resolution photos and videos. You get access to our easy-to-use app, arming you with game plan, weather forecasts, and mapping, so you know when and where to hunt. Don't just capture images. Gather intelligence.
Don't give up.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp-hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
I'll be your beast of burden, an ally in enemy territory. Overgrown, nasty, unkind. Throw me in and watch me swim. Mother Nature may be tough. I'm tougher. I'll take you where chaos is the cost of entry, where the fish are worth the fight. If you ask me, the bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Bassmaster Live. Today it's our live coverage of day number 2, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin in Alabama, presented by 7 Reels. We have got the full field out here again for the second day. Tomorrow we will cut it down to 10 anglers. 10 alone will compete. Probably settle a lot of races. Might settle 1 or 2 of the issues today, but boy, you never can tell. This is a tough one here. I mean, everybody's grinding just as hard as they can, and our leader to start the day, Will Davis, among that chorus who said, hey, the things I did yesterday were unusual. Everything came together for me. I don't know if I can repeat that again. This is earlier from Will Davis. We didn't get to show you live, but we'll pick it up right now.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
It's always so interesting how anglers find it and adapt it to their way. Will Davis probably loves throwing a walking topwater or a plopping style topwater as much as anybody, but he gets on the pop-ar this week while Dakota Eber across the lake, and Cody Meyer, a lot of the guys are running buzz baits and plopping styles, more moving baits, both with equal results this week.
Well, fishing's all about confidence, and when guys got confidence in something, that's what they lock in their hands.
Keeper there for Will Davis from earlier today, now back live. Bo Browning.
Kyle Metzger has overtaken Cody Meyer for our big fish with a 2 pound 5 ounce. All right, that's our big fish of the day.
Overall, I was like, man. got word that this is Bo's first week on Lake Martin. We were speculating whether he had fished there or not. He had not fished Lake Martin yet in his life.
Pound 5.
That's number 4.
I have to wash that largemouth in there. The one that was bleeding a little bit.
Bo Browning doing what he needs to get done on this day. He needs to catch him early and catch him all day long, as a matter of fact.
We've been mentioning Bo's father, Stephen Browning, longtime Elite Series pro and one of the best opens anglers, especially on rivers. His mom might be more famous than all of them. The other day I saw a glimpse that she was on My Lottery Dream Home on TV. She's a real estate agent in the Hot Springs region. She was on one of those My Lottery Dream Home shows.
How about that?
Yeah.
Hole marks again.
Not a bad one.
Tommy, this is no slight against Paul, but he's been on live quite a bit this year for us on Bass Live for the Opens.
Yeah.
I think, if my numbers serve me right, he has caught more bass on Bass Live than he has said words on Bass Live this year.
He does not talk.
He's caught quite a few
he will
bass,
not talk
but he
your ear
does
off, so there's that. Yeah.
He is all business.
Guy's on Lake Lanier. He knows how to keep those mean little spots from jumping out of the boat. That's an important talent. It's going to serve him well here.
He also served himself well yesterday. Went from 6th to 3rd in the points race. That's definitely an increase in money, and
take him.
You always want to be as secure as you can be. And yesterday he definitely pulled himself away from that line.
And this fish will get him up to 3rd place in the event. Yeah, the only guy who fell down, I think it was Tucker Smith, had a 50-something place event and fell from 3rd to 7th. But he had such a cushion that he will remain in great contention.
I can't help but
to
laugh.
make the elites.
Yeah, he had a poor finish compared to the other 9 guys. He finished 50-something yesterday out of.
Yeah. Well, we always say you got to catch him every week, and though this year there have been guys in our top 9 who had some major stumbles. The 100-place finishes is kind of crazy.
Evan Kung looking for number 2 here. That might do it.
Another baby.
Maybe.
Come on. At least we're putting a few in the boat.
Oh, sorry, that was number 3. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I'm way behind the time. Apparently, that's number 4. Evan's been busy.
4 for, got him at 3 pounds, 12 ounces for his 4 fish, but he's in 12th place right now.
Somebody got that guy yesterday.
Can we put a pound for each one of those or no?
It's not your fault you're behind Tommy. You hear the cameraman say, you want me to put a pound in for each of those, you know, because he caught them so quick back to back.
Yeah, that was a flurry for sure. Let's get back to our tournament leader, Will Davis Jr. Back-to-back Bass Nation National Championships for this guy. Also won an elite event on Lay Lake. Very talented angler.
And fishing on a body of water that he has a tremendous amount of history on.
I think that was a little one.
Pretty sure he grew up here.
You heard him say before we started, Bill, I got to do everything new this week. He's got an advantage even at doing that because he knows where to go. It's like Lay Lake. He had so many places to fish. He never ran out.
Absolutely. He's not going to run out of spots, that's for sure. You know, comes from a fishing family.
I was jacking around with these
His dad, Davis Bait Company, out of Sylacauga. Been around fishing his whole life, and it shows. Definitely an amazing angler, an amazing person. I've known him since he was a little kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Davis Bait Company was actually my first, what I'm going to call, true sponsor on the Elites when I started in 06 or 07. I forget what year it was, but yeah, so I have a really good relationship with that family, and they're great people.
So you're the reason he had to eat Frosty-O's growing up instead of Cheerios.
Absolutely.
Back to Dakota Ebear. Great day yesterday. Good start to this tournament. So intent on locking down that spot in the Elites next year, and he is seemingly getting closer and closer with every hour that passes.
Or a game hog kind of day. Flip that thing around all day, I'll be good with it. Yep. Oh, I don't think he's gonna help.
Most are still filling their limit. Dakota is now looking to cull. That's why he said that one might not help. He is now in the process of, he can't add to his sheer weight if you're just joining us. He has to now upgrade, you know, and replace one by a few ounces. He would love to replace him by a few pounds, but not quite the time where he caught his kicker yesterday. So we still got 45 minutes for him to do that.
We're in our battle for the
It's been a
final.
slow morning, but that was sort of expected. We been running up the river and doing some river fishing to start with, but I've been culling everything out here in practice and in the first day of the tournament. So just decided to start here. In a little bit there'll be a hard shade line here, and these are spots. And just hopefully get a couple of good spots and then land on a largemouth. Ton of water stained up a little bit more here. Ton of more largemouth bites here than anywhere else in the lake for me. So again, just made two lucky casts yesterday and got two largemouth out from underneath some hard cover. So we just got to get lucky. Again, we haven't been here in the morning, so just giving it a different approach today.
Alan was delighted to hear that the venue change was to Lake Martin here. He fishes a lake called Lake Nottling, North Georgia, up close to Chattooga.
Yeah.
He says very much compares to Lake Martin.
Wow.
Dakota Ebear, though, the man on top. Joey Nania, the Alabaman, making a big move on this day. Up into second place, Cody Meyer, man, he has been rock solid through this one. Done his world a whole lot of good during the course of the first day and part of a day here in the middle of the morning on day 2.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maxim Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now, with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
Out here, it takes a certain type. The type who's always the first one out. The type who knows deep down everyone else is just fishing for second. Enter the Apex Series. See more fish. Seize more victories. Settle for nothing less. With unrivaled clarity, it's the top fish finder for the most demanding type of angler. Only from Humminbird.
Each Caymas boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Caymas stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Caymas boat is about more than fishing. Caymas Boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities with 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
God. Stay on there. Yes.
Lake Martin is way bigger than it looks on a map. This place is huge. The creeks are really expansive and they all go separate ways, and it fishes really big. Like I only saw like maybe five people in the tournament today. It was wicked.
When they changed it and put it here at Lake Martin, that really excited me because I made the Bassmaster Elite Series. One of the steps of making there through the Federation was here at Lake Martin.
Yes! Look at that! Thank you, Lord. That's the bite I've been looking for all morning long. I've been throwing that top water. Oh my gosh.
So I'm just taking it day by day, trying to do the best I can with the opportunities that I have, and hopefully at the end of the year, we're right where we need to be to qualify for the Elite Series.
Anytime you get to
get in here,
sit in your boat on takeoff for the last tournament and you know you've got a chance to make the Elite Series, it's been a good year.
The moment I realized I wanted to be a professional bass angler is watching Bob Cobb when I was 5 years old. I can remember Larry Nixon catching big bass. I remember coming down and telling my parents, hey, I want to be a professional bass angler.
Tackle Warehouse Dock Talk. A lot of the main stories of this event covered in that episode of Dock Talk for sure. Chance for some of these anglers who've overachieved all season long to reflect on what's driven them here, what's driven them through the season, and where they're standing right now. It's very interesting. This is just a few minutes ago with Dakota Ebear, our tournament leader.
What we got here?
Well,
He'll help. Big help. That's a 1.6 right there. A 1.5. Oh, well, he was. He done made a mess of my boat and done lost a couple ounces. He's only gonna weigh 1.4 now. Man, that was really nasty what you just did. All over me and my boat. I mean, that was pretty disgusting. Not gonna lie. He weighs 1.7.
1.7?
Yeah. No, I bet it smells great. You smell me or you smell it? Fish. Well, you probably smell me now. Okay. Hey, I'll take you. Good catch. That worked out great. I'll take a little fish poop for a good cull.
Well, sometimes it's a dirty job, but you always take the outcome if it results in a keeper, and that did.
Mike Rowe's done it for far too long without complaining. We can't let Dakota start complaining now.
No. That's right.
It is crazy. Matt Adams talking about in that soundbite, the Doc Talk feature, about going into the last tournament of the season, launching with something on the line. That's a privileged place to be. It is absolutely amazing, Bill Lowen, that at 3 o'clock, 3:30 today, one of our 3 or 4 anglers at the bottom of the cut line could catch one fish. They've worked their whole season, and that one fish in the last 10 minutes of the season could get them to berth and knock somebody else out. That's how close it is.
Absolutely, and we talk about that all the time. It's, you know, that last cast, right up to the last minute. You can never give up, and it's going to come down to like you just said, it's going to come down to the last cast for sure. It's going to make somebody's dreams, and it's going to crush somebody's dreams. You know.
Right now, Bo Browning with the limit is in our top 10, and Evan Kong is in 13th right now. Matt Adams doesn't have a fish, and he has fallen to 10th in our EQ points. So as he starts catching a few fish, he may be the one left out.
And that means unofficially Bo would be within 2 points of Evan, just like Matt was, because Bo's ahead of him by 3 spots today, or overall in the tournament. He would have gained on him enough to almost pass Evan as well. So
they're tied right now.
Oh, they're tied.
They're 8th and 13th. They're tied for 8th.
Oh, perfect.
And Daryl Gleason just got between them and pushed Evan Kong down to 9th.
Yeah, that's the other factor. It's not about, like Matt Adams said on the phone last night. Cody Meyer was the little one, but Matt Adams said on the phone last night that if I don't have 20 pounds after 2 days, I didn't do my job to the level that I thought I could or should, and that's going to frustrate me more than if these guys caught them better than me, because I left some meat on the bone.
And Kung looking for number 5, we think.
Number 5, though. You gotta get a lot bigger.
Got 5 for about 4.5 pounds.
Yeah.
Is that even possible?
It's pushing the edge of impossible.
It's definitely possible.
We got a new Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader, Danny Ramsey, with a 2 3/4 pounder.
I will give Lake Martin credit. The smallest limit yesterday was 5'10", so I'll have to say he's fudged a little bit. It's probably 5 for 5 instead of 5 for 4.5.
I've weighed in 5 fish limits on the Ohio River that were under 5 pounds. You know, 412, 413.
Hey, one of the best classics, maybe the best classic of all time, everyone was in that situation. 12 pounds for 3 days,
Yeah.
you know, like that type of deal.
Them are the best events.
Hey.
I mean, we should have another event on the Ohio River.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Larry Nixon will come back.
I'd zero in that one.
So great to be able to hold this final event of the year in such a historic lake, one of the oldest man-made lakes in America, Lake Martin. You want some historically great fishing spots up north? Well, I love New York is what bass anglers say when they think about this state. But when you think about it, you can go catch them out west of Erie and Ontario, go back up into the mountains, the Adirondacks, and catch great bass on Saranac Lake and places like that. Just so many different environments, 7,500 lakes and ponds, and 70,000 miles of rivers and streams, coastline, world-class fishing all over the Empire State of New York. That's why we don't mind at all. Someone asks us about this place, and we say, I love New York.
Any short-sighted spy in the field can provide you with images. Only the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams provide tactical reconnaissance, high-resolution photos and videos paired with detailed intel of where game is most active. Built for simplicity, just turn on your Edge 2 cell cam and it will auto-connect to one of the 4 major cellular networks, while our easy-to-use app arms you with game plan so you can determine where and when to hunt. Don't just capture images, gather intelligence.
We're all sick of those deep voice industry buzzwords. Let's actually talk about something fun. Swim baits. The issue is it's intimidating for most anglers to gain confidence in throwing something this big. At Clutch Swim Bait Company, our social media posts, our videos, and our website is all dedicated to helping you, the angler, gain confidence in throwing these big baits. Beginner to advanced, we provide you the products and resources to help you catch more game-changing fish. If you'd like to take your swim bait fishing to the next level, check us out on social media or at clutchswimbaitco.com.
Don't give up.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp hour battery. With dual purpose 135 amp hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
You're here for the hook set and nothing else. Because the battle between you and the bass should always be front and center. And now that the best trolling motors ever made are even better, we'll lead the charge. So you can focus on getting them to bite whenever and wherever the fight takes you. With Minn Kota, you're free to fish on any front.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maximum Tire, we get the job done.
Final stop of the year for the Opens, the 2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin in Alabama, presented by 7. B.A.S.S. has a lot of history on this lake here. Great anglers have really perfected their craft here on this lake, which is a challenge. I mean, we go places where people are complaining about 5-pounders. I need a 7. Well, this is a different yardstick here, different baseline. The competition is still the same. If you're going to be a top pro angler, you got to catch them where they're big, and you got to catch them where they run a little small. You catch them better than anyone else. Paul Marks has done a great job toward that end this week. And stands in 5th place in this tournament so far. He's had a great season, had a great start down in Florida. 4th, backed it up at Okeechobee, backed it up with a 6th place at Ouachita.
Looks like that fills out Paul's limit.
Got him in 4th place with that limit. Let's see what he does now. I expect these guys to, once they have that limit in hand, they might be inclined to go do something else, look for something bigger. That's worked out for some of them here that way. Back to Matt Adams of Alabama, Oxford, Alabama, locked in that race, a desperate race for the 9th and final position available here. 9th in points for the season, and you get to go to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Matt falling a little behind in that one. So far, it's early yet, but 0 fish in his live well.
They're all over that one. They're everywhere on that brush pile. They're coming up my Demetrius. Come on. Come on. Little one. Dang crappie. That's about the way my day's gonna go right there. Kidding me? It's a sick trick right there. I knew it wasn't very big, but I was hoping he's a spot. I need something going that dang live well.
Well, Matt's gonna feel a bit of relief when he can finally get one in that live well. I'm sure that'll happen.
So frustrating when things aren't going your way.
No.
You need that one bite to just settle you down.
Matt needing to run down Evan Kung right now.
Should catch one.
With a limit in his live well, very small limit though.
Hopefully it's a big one. Bigger than the little ones. Little call, I don't know which one.
He says the smallest fish is 12 ounces.
Wow.
That one's definitely gonna help.
That guy's tiny. Little call.
Bo Browning.
He moved up from 43rd to 8th place, but I don't think his 6'6" will stay there once everybody else starts catching their limits. I see upgrades.
It's a big one.
He does
What the
have a
heck?
good
I got
one.
her in the tail somehow. Oh, don't do anything stupid, baby. Golly, there's giants with her. Oh my gosh, don't do anything crazy. Please, oh my gosh, there's freaking 15 pounds swimming behind her. Don't do anything crazy. Don't do anything crazy, please. Please, 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 please. Oh my gosh, Bo. Golly. What the hell? Oh my gosh. I mean, they were all up there fighting over it, man. I'm not sponsored. I'm going to tell you all that. By Ryugi, hooks, no ties. That's a dang good hook in my opinion, man. That might be a 2-pounder. I know, y'all heard me. Ooh, he got a 2-pounder. Yeah, I need them. Yeah. How about a 2-4?
That's a giant.
It's a big, big call.
It's game time.
Went from 6'6" to 7'10" there.
That fish should have come off about 19 times.
Biggest lift so far today.
Not a bad upgrade.
8th to 6th.
He should hold in the top 10 a little bit longer.
Some of those topwater fish just have poor aim, and when you have multiple fish with it, Bill, man.
We made the comment there was 10, 10 or 15 with it.
And Brownie didn't have a bad weight, 815 on day one.
These fish are going to eat at some point. I just got to be in the right area when they do. That's not a crappie. That is not a crappie. That's a bass. No, it's a crappie too. Look at the bass with it. Look at the giant bass with it. Look at the bass with it. God almighty. A dang 3.5-pound spot with a crappie. Literally. Are you kidding me? Gigantic spot with it. Come on. Did you see it? Good Lord. Gigantic spot with it. Chasing the crappie. I think it's 3.5 pounds. It's the biggest spot I've seen all week. Unbelievable.
Tommy, you've got the first man out of the elite berth, having one blow up and miss it on top water and land it while it's hooked in the tail, and the guy who's holding the last spot has the wrong species bite with the right species following it. That is just, that's not,
Matt Adams having a little come on man moment right there for sure. Slow to start yesterday also for Matt Adams. He said it's been that way all week for him. Not the best part of the day is the first thing, so we look to more success for him, some success a little bit later on. Meanwhile, Evan Kump just upgraded, got rid of a 12-ouncer. Something to be said for that.
Got 2 more of those, Tommy. 2 more 12-ouncers.
Well, I don't know if that's going to do the trick right there.
That's a 13-ouncer.
Yeah, could be. Could be. Every ounce
more.
counts.
That's right.
Maybe 14.
sometimes it just takes a long time. You go ounce by ounce, 3 at a time, 4 ounces at a time. But if you keep doing it all day, you can get results. Dakota Eber, best results so far in this 1 day and 2 hours plus of fishing here. St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin. He's the leader right now, and Cody Meyer right behind him. Those two fighting it out for the top spot. We'll be right back.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
Live imaging shows you what's below in real time with edge-to-edge clarity and no gaps in coverage, all so you can turn must-watch detail into non-stop action. Only from Humminbird.
Each Caymas boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Caymas stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Caymas boat is about more than fishing. Caymas Boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities in 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
More than a simple spy, the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams are your covert analysts in the field. SD card-free, built-in memory. Onboard Moultrie AI for false trigger reduction. Cloud-based AI for detailed tagging and filtering. You don't just get high-resolution photos and videos. You get access to our easy-to-use app, arming you with game plan, weather forecasts, and mapping, so you know when and where to hunt. Don't just capture images. Gather intelligence.
Day 2, St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, Alexander City, Alabama. This historic lake, for B.A.S.S. history. It's one of the oldest man-made lakes in America. It was originally the biggest man-made lake in North America. Dakota Eber, the man on top, having a great tournament here. Cody Meyer, two of the big-time overachievers throughout the season here with the Opens. Really finish it off with flourish, with a flair today. But let's take a look at our Mercury move of the day, and that is going to be Bo Browning. We'll set you up on Bo again. He came in just out of the 9th spot there, just below that as we started this event here. Needed to make it into the 9th so he can fish the Elite Series next year.
Yeah, absolutely, and he needs some help from other people. He was a guy who did not control his own destiny necessarily. He could do very well. He has to win this event to, guarantee anything, but Him moving up from 43rd yesterday to 6th unofficially gains him 37 unofficial points. And what it does, Tommy, is it makes up his deficit on Matt Adams, and then he jumps over top of Evan Kung. Now he is the one who is technically safe as it stands now, and those other two guys have work to do.
Moved all the way up to 6th place in the tournament and 8th in those EQ points. Still a lot of fishing left today, but he got a good one on there.
Stop, 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 please. Please, please, please. Come over, sugar. Oh,
that's a call.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Give me some, baby. Bam. I'm coming for him today, man. Coming for him.
I love the excitement.
Oh my gosh. That's huge. I'm shaking like a freaking leaf, dude. Oh, man.
Talk to me.
I can't talk. I'm gonna get him on scale. Stop, 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 sir. Stop, 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 stop. Stop. It's all good. We're all good. We're all friends. 213.
Wow.
Whew. Stop, everybody.
It's the biggest bass of the day, guys.
Yeah. Gives him 9.5 pounds total. He's 8 ounces from the lead, from 43rd place, 8:15 this morning.
Give me some more. I'm getting after him now. I'm back. Oh my gosh. I can't freaking see straight. Check on my hooks. I can't stop shaking.
I had my jacket down all the way too, and I was like, what?
Actually jumped him ahead of Tucker Smith in the 7th in the EQ point
That was the most unbelievable fight I think I've ever had on a bass. Did you see all that crap?
So the thing that you want, Bill Lowe, and you've done this plenty of years, you always want your weight to go up on day 2, especially if it wasn't where you went on day 1. He had 8 pounds, 15 ounces on day 1. He has 9.5 pounds unofficially on day 2, and 9.5 is what his nearest competitors that he needed to beat out had yesterday. So now he is guaranteed they have to do at least what they did yesterday to keep pace.
Absolutely. You know, not only are we fishermen, but we're also mathematicians out there trying to figure out what we need every day to, you know, make the cut, get paid, you know, what points we need to finish where we need to finish.
He's got it.
It's always about those numbers.
That's a good one.
Matt's hooked
if
up.
I get him out of the brush. Maybe not. Freaking number 1. Damn baby, but he's number 1. Hey, baby. Sorry, Ronnie.
Such an important fish for Matt, you know, just to get his morning started.
Thought he was big because he had me buried. $1.5. Put in put a 1 1/4. Almighty. What a struggle, man. That struggle bus, it ain't short enough and it ain't got enough gas for this. I'll tell you that right now.
Matt's experienced all the ranges of emotion this week. He's caught a heavy 4 and a 5-pounder out of the same brush that he's been fishing, and yesterday turns out to be his toughest day of the week. And then he's had the toughest morning of his week so far this morning. So he is trying to keep he's got 2 flat tires and he is going, well over the speed limit right now.
He's on the board though now, right?
But he's just trying to keep it on the race, trying to keep it on the road.
Austin Cranford's got our Phoenix Boats big bass, a 3.5-pounder he just caught. Moved him up to 8th place.
That's good.
1 and 2, Bear and Browning right now. Our leader to start the day has one fish in his live well, Will Davis.
Up back in here.
And I love the way Bo has played both games. He started early on the bank, 2 topwater catches, goes out, fills his limit, Nico rig, comes back, catches 2 very key fish.
Man, I don't even know how to really put it into how I'd even put it into words, man. I mean, all season long, you know, really, it's been a lifelong dream of mine, you know, and I was very fortunate to be in the position I was in at Major League Fishing, and
that was from, I believe that was Dakota Bear we were hearing. I heard the plopping in the background. Bo would probably echo the same sentiment, that this is a lifelong dream and he's right in the position he wants to be in.
Living the dream.
Yes, indeed.
Both cases, right?
Yes, indeed.
He could potentially be one big bite away from making that happen as well.
And wouldn't it be something if you needed a huge comeback on Tay 2 and you had such a good comeback you made the final day cut? Like that, he's getting in that territory of let him catch another good one.
Yeah. And I could clearly see him making the adjustments to do that and try to make that happen as well.
Browning started the season with a top 10, then he didn't make the cut in the next 5 events. But he was close. He was in the 50s, 40s. The worst was 76th. And he had a 12th place finish and a 20th. Climbed back up from 16th into the 10th place spot in our EQ points. And now he is in position. Matt Adams doesn't catch him, and Evan Kung to become an elite.
What's Bo's smallest fish right now, currently?
It's about a 1.5.
A 2-pounder go a long way.
Yeah, his last 2 bites being 2.4 and 2.14 are his biggest fish, and
a couple 1.5
I mean,
pounders.
that's a 2.5 to 3 pound coal with those 2 fish combined over the last couple minutes.
He's got by just a little less than 2 pounds. That's the limit of the day so far. So that is getting out and getting after it when you're in a pressure-packed position. You heard him say this morning, when you're feeling pressure like that, you're privileged. You're not singled out for bad things. You were singled out for good things. He's put himself in the perfect position there if he can just hang on during the day, and that is a tall order. Got a lot of guys going to start catching them pretty soon, ones that we know can really load the boat. So it's a great, great story. Working out there today, day 2 of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open final event of the year.
Don't give up.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp-hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
I'll be your beast of burden, an ally in enemy territory. Overgrown, nasty, unkind. Throw me in and watch me swim. Mother Nature may be tough. I'm tougher. I'll take you where chaos is the cost of entry, where the fish are worth the fight. If you ask me, the bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maximum Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us here. We're getting into our third hour of fishing now. First quarter is done. We have seen a lot during the course of that quarter. One of our main stories out there is a lot more interesting. Another top story we are following, of course, all year long has been this man, Easton Fothergill, an amazing 18 months fishing at all levels. And we're going out to Paul Marks right now, it looks like.
Who's also had an incredible 18 months. I mean, he has been on a roll since last year.
18 months of
100%,
good
Tommy.
Stuff. Yeah. There's Easton Fothergill.
This has been his worst, fishing rate that we've seen, and he's still in the top 30 of this tournament after day one. Like it didn't seem like Easton's on anything, yet he's still finding a way to succeed, which is going to translate well to the Elite Series. Like when you don't know what's going on, when you're not dialed in, how are you going to catch him?
I got a bone to pick with our guest host, Bill Lowe, and he said we were creating drama yesterday when Fothergill was about 10 spots back of Cody Meyer. We said, there's 50 guys without Bass Track on there. We like to call it postulating the possibilities. We thought maybe some guys should climb in there and make it a race for the EQ Angler of the Year, and it happened. So, Bill, we'd like to call it postulating the possibilities, or more simply put, creating drama.
He's trying to throw me under the bus, isn't he?
That's a big word, and he said we in there. I've never postulated nothing, I don't think.
Oh, you postulate, Roddy.
I got nothing to do with it. I'm just a guest.
Our leader to start the day, Will Davis Jr., still only one fish in the boat, pound-and-a-halfer.
Postulated that he could be leading yesterday, too, when he was off Bass Track, and he comes in and has the lead.
I will give credit where credit's due. We had the discussion how many 10-pound bags would be weighed in, and Bill Lowen nailed it. 20,
he postulated 20
bags on the dot.
Absolutely.
That's not drama.
On the number. Cody Meyer, the man who made the world a little more complicated for Easton Fothergill. during the course of yesterday. Closed that gap for Tackle Warehouse. EQ Points Angler of the Year.
On the Bass Trek,
All
he
right,
is number
well,
one right now.
It's 8:45. We got a limit. You know, 1 2-pounder, just kind of chug along, throwing top water still. We're gonna throw it for a little bit longer. Just trying to eat fish. You know, we did that yesterday before your rig, but I don't know. We're catching some fish. We've had some other, you know, decent blow-ups. Just nothing big yet, but we got a limit, so that's always good. We got tons of time. I feel like we're going to stay in this area for another hour or so, see what we come up with, and then we're going to go back, you know, out deep on the main lake and fish for spotted bass and see if we can get some of those, you know, quality 1 3/4 type spots. But, you know, to do really well, we got to catch some big ones. So 1 or 2 fish goes a long ways. I feel like the biggest fish right now are up on the bank, some of those bigger largemouth. You know, we had 2 of them yesterday that were really nice, you know, over 2.5 pounds, and that's what we need to, you know, to stay in it for sure. So that's what we're going to fish for a while, and then if it doesn't work, we'll go out deep and see if we can get a good limit. But right now, we're just going to stick with this and see what happens, and at least have some fun regardless.
Talk about some different conditions today. We had good chop on the water yesterday, and it is pretty flat today.
And Bill, you can speak to that. When you look at the weather, someone at home tuning into FS2 looks up the weather in Alexander City, Alabama, and they see 9-mile-an-hour winds yesterday, and they see 4-mile-an-hour winds today, and they're like, that's not a big difference. On a clear body of water, just a little ripple goes a long way.
Absolutely. You know, it makes the fish, you know, they can't see your bait as good. The wind positions bait and things like that. You know, we always say wind is your friend. So we always look for, you know, we're always wanting that some type of ripple. You know, this could be a day where a guy typically could just make a pattern of running windy points and things like that. Or the points that have a little bit of wind blowing on them. You know, wind is very, very important, especially on a clear body of water like we're faced with here. And we'll see the guys make the adjustments for that. And it's going to make it tough on some of the guys. You know, the guys that kind of get settled into their area and doesn't make an adjustment could very well make it tough on them, especially with no wind and high blue skies.
Dakota Ebear said after the weigh-in yesterday, I definitely used the wind in my effort all day long.
Absolutely, for sure.
And for some top waters, it's hard, Tommy, to work them in the wind. You got to have just enough for some, too much for others. But with his plopping style, I mean, just a steady retrieve wind. He was unfazed by the ripple yesterday.
Clear, high blue sky, no wind day sets up for somebody to catch a big one off of a dock, you know, just a dock itself, or maybe an isolated brush pile sitting on a dock or something like that.
We talked about the afternoon and the
Absolutely.
shade development. It's going to be even more crucial today. I will be surprised if we don't see Cody Meyer's dock, the one he caught 3 or 4 fish off yesterday
Absolutely.
on live, if he doesn't go and visit that today. And he's going to probably run this top water, which has been successful this morning, as long as he can until going there. You don't want to go run a place that has too much shade too early, and they're not concentrated in a specific spot. They could be anywhere. So might as well cover water with top water and then go hunker on the docks later.
And a lot of times, the smaller that shade line gets, the better that bite gets, because it kind of confines them to you know, that little bit of shade that's left.
Mm-hmm.
Did a video with Logan Latuso, Elite Series Pro, it went up in late July, early August. And it was talking about how one of the most underrated structures or the underrated pieces of cover that we have as bass fishermen available to us is shade. People think of vegetation, rocks, docks, laydowns, wood, you know, whatever, timber. Shade is something that changes, so that piece of cover changes so much. But shade in the summer, it could be noon and you have a little bit of shade, and that's going to be the best place to be on the lake, is that little strip of shade.
Will Davis still stuck on that one fish in the live well. Here we go, hooked up.
Not a bad one there at all.
Mm-hmm.
Fall out of the top ten, should be back in with that one.
Jig. Two. I had about a 3.5 pounder the other day blow up on a spook right here.
Will Davis, yesterday, of course, that great day, 13 pounds even, and he acknowledged what a good day it was, but he's also humble about it, talking about all the things that had to come together to have such an extraordinary day here on a very tough Lake Martin. But how did he do it? Well, let's take a look. We'll throw it to Will Davis for our Bass Pro Shops top lures.
I'm Will Davis Jr. We're here at Lake Martin in Alabama. I've got this bait right here. This is a Davis wood jig, 1/2 ounce with a big bite, 2.75 green pumpkin chunk. It's a phenomenal jig, skipping, dock fishing machine. And using forward-facing sonar, if you scan up under there and they're not there, there's no reason to cast. So that's the beauty of that. So that's been my 1-2 punch today.
Out here, it takes a certain type. The type who's always the first one out. The type who knows deep down everyone else is just fishing for second. Enter the Apex Series. See more fish. Seize more victories. Settle for nothing less. With unrivaled clarity, it's the top fish finder for the most demanding type of angler. Only from Humminbird.
Each Camus boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Camus stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Camus boat is about more than fishing. Camus boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities with 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
Any short-sighted spy in the field can provide you with images. Only the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams provide tactical reconnaissance. High-resolution photos and videos paired with detailed intel of where game is most active. Built for simplicity, just turn on your Edge 2 cell cam and it will auto-connect to one of the 4 major cellular networks, while our easy-to-use app arms you with game plan so you can determine where and when to hunt. Don't just capture images, gather intelligence.
We're all sick of those deep voice industry buzzwords. Let's actually talk about something fun. swim baits. The issue is it's intimidating for most anglers to gain confidence in throwing something this big. At Clutch Swim Bait Company, our social media posts, our videos, and our website is all dedicated to helping you, the angler, gain confidence in throwing these big baits. Beginner to advanced, we provide you the products and resources to help you catch more game-changing fish. If you'd like to take your swim bait fishing to the next level, check us out on social media or at clutchswimbaitco.com.
Start your Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday. After a huge win to take down Michigan, Washington takes on Iowa in a Big Ten showdown. It starts at 10 a.m. with Big Noon kickoff live from Provo ahead of the Arizona-BYU clash, and then Washington, Iowa at noon, only on Fox. We got big doings going on here at Lake Martin in Alabama here, one of the legendary Bassmaster destinations through the years. Not so many visits in recent years for the Bassmaster Elite Series, but a lot of other trails heading here. Boy, we get a lot of traffic on this lake, a lot of fishing, a lot of pressure. These guys are fighting through all of those elements to really put up some good numbers, especially Dakota Hebert, best of all so far. More than a quarter of the way through from day number 2 of this 3-day tournament. Cody Meyer, Bo Browning, a big move today to help solidify his place in the top 9, but work's not done yet. Top 9 in points will remind you, get entry into the Bassmaster Elite Series. Let's welcome an Alabama angler who got to do that last year. Fished his way into the Bassmaster Elite Series and proved he belonged there. That is Wesley Gore. And Wesley, we enjoyed talking to you yesterday. Congratulations again on your great season. What are you seeing today? Anything different today, or just still a tough assignment for all our anglers today on Lake Martin?
Lake Martin's never an easy assignment. I mean, a 2.5 or 3 pounder like we talked about yesterday, every one of those bites you can stack is ones that it's almost like weighing in 2 fish there. So every one of those bites will separate people, but with the lack of wind today, I think it opens up a little bit different, opportunities. We talked about it yesterday, the wolf packing fish. I think the wind blew a little bit harder than expected yesterday, and you wasn't able to get up there and see those fish. And if they were swimming on mud banks or something that the wind would affect, it dirtied up the water where you couldn't see them. So you could see some people today take advantage of that late day bite. Obviously, the dock bite, it'll reestablish itself like it did yesterday with the shade lines, and it should be a little bit easier to fish them. So hopefully the weights will increase today instead of decrease. I know it's a still day and high pressure, which usually doesn't line up to be better, but with the way that lake fishes, that it's just a matter of getting your bait to where the fish are, and you should be able to do that today.
Wesley, we saw you obviously on Bassmaster Live at the end of the Opens last season at the Harris Chain, and you had a great day 1 and then a really struggle on day 2. Walk us through the mentality that some of these guys like Matt Adams on the bubble for the Elite Series, very tough morning. We're seeing him catch his second keeper right here. It's one of those deals where, or his third keeper, it's one of those deals where it mentally has to be wearing on you early in the morning.
Absolutely that. I remember the second day being the toughest day that I probably have ever had fishing, just knowing that it was all on the line. Thankfully, I had a great first day at the Harris Chain, which made it not as bad, but I couldn't imagine being at Lake Martin in that position in a field that is ounces makes the difference. But overall, I mean, I didn't get my first bite on the second day of the Open at Harris until I think 10 o'clock. And then I had my second one at 11 and I lost it. And it was like a 3 pounder, and I just knew that I had wasted it away. But I'd been saving a little place late in the day, and it don't ever work the way you think it's supposed to, but it actually did at that time. I pulled in a place and ended up catching like 15 or 20 out of one duckweed mat, and it solidified my whole tournament.
Wesley, with the changing conditions out here and just the fact that it's Lake Martin, what percentage of the field is really having to completely reset and visit new places today more than the time they spend at where they did it yesterday, where they got the job done yesterday?
Well, I don't don't know how everybody else would fish it, but obviously I've tuned in earlier and watched y'all talk about taking advantage of the wind. I would hope everybody would have just took advantage of the conditions they had yesterday and not burned as much of their water that they had practiced on, maybe in some of the regions. And then the day they can actually fish that stuff appropriately. But if people were able to fish stuff yesterday, they're going to have to they're going to be able to revisit it, but it's probably not going to have the same success. So they're going to have to try to replicate what they were doing in other places. I mean, the lake fish is pretty similar across the board. I mean, obviously, if you get down on the southern end, it's a lot clearer. That's where the herring are, what's left in the lake. That's where the bigger spots are and whatnot. But the shallow stuff probably isn't going to replenish a whole bunch. So you're just going to have to continually run that pattern. I mean, I imagine some of the people are fishing the back quarters of creeks. I mean, I would think that you would just fish the established shade line back there as long as you can and a zone instead of an area. So hopefully people can run around and continue to do that.
Wesley, Bill nailed it on the head perfectly yesterday. Said there would be 20 anglers over 10 pounds. He hit it perfectly. Were you shocked to see that? Did you think maybe it was just going to be exclusive to the top 10? Because 10 pounds is hard to duplicate, that may go down today, but were you impressed with it on day one?
Absolutely. 20 10-pound bags on that lake, especially in the fall, is very good. I mean, if you look past it, the ABT, they've had championships there this time of year, and it aligns with that, and that's with two people casting. You have about 15 to 25 bags, I would say, and a similar size field or a little larger that has 20 bags over that. So it's pretty amazing that those guys can, even produce that in one day. But it'll be interesting to see today what happens if you can continually catch that 10 or 11 pound mark. You'll be dangerous. But I'm expecting, I didn't see it yesterday. I know 13's a really good bag, but it's a matter of who catches 2 or 3 of those, really quality size largemouth. That's when you're going to see a 14 or 15 pound bag and shake things up.
Wesley, we know Lake Martin has a ton of boat docks there. Not all boat docks are equal. So in your experience, out of every 10 boat docks, how many of them are really worth a visit?
That's a tough one. I mean, the dock owner obviously helps you a lot of times, make it worth revisiting more than anything, but not many of them. If you take away the aspect of people putting brush or structure around the docks, I mean, it's obviously based on, where the dock is located in itself. Is it on a channel swing, a point, the start of a flat? Is it the last dock that's isolated in the back of a creek? I mean, there's only so much of that stuff that you can truly consider to be repeatable. So not very many. I would say 1 in 10 would probably be worth a revisit. I mean, I rarely find a stretch where I just catch them off every single dock. It's usually I pull up and catch them off one dock, and then you have to move to a similar place that has one key dock on it as well.
You fished a lot, probably living in Alabama against Will Davis Jr. Was he a big favorite in your mind before this tournament even started?
Absolutely. He's been notorious for catching them down there in the past. He has a little more experience than I have, but he's always competitive on Lake Martin. So knowing that he was in it, he's one of the ones that you could expect to continue to catch him. He's doing something a little different. I think if you can hold a jig in your hand all day, that you will. I mean, the topwater obviously is a great way to catch them, and it catches big ones, but you're going to get a lot more numbers out of a topwater and possibly produce a real big one. But if you can get 8 to 10 bites a day on the jig, just in various depth ranges, you're probably going to be catching better quality fish than the rest of the field. I mean, if I would have had fished it, that's probably would have been my approach, was just to fish. He's fishing a little deeper than I would have, but I would have just flipped the jig and casted the jig at isolated targets all day and just hope that I can run across a couple of the right bites. You definitely need largemouth.
Wesley, when we hung up with you yesterday, we talked about your path from being a high school All-American to the College Series with Montevallo, stepping away from that, doing well at the Alabama Bass Trail Opens, and now you're on the Elites. Talk about the rise in Montevallo as a bass fishing school, because they have came from nowhere from when Clint Davis started it to all of a sudden a powerhouse. You're going to go as the first Montevallo angler to make the Elite Series, and you could have 2 more join you by the end of today with Bo Browning and Easton Fothergill. That school is putting out a lot of anglers right now.
Absolutely. William's done a great job of growing the team. It's a great place to go to school. It's 100%. You're dedicated, obviously, to learning too, but he gives you the opportunity to fish, travel the country, and learn stuff and be competitive with these other schools that are bigger than you, because Montevallo is actually a very small school compared to a lot of these bigger schools that are considered powerhouses in fishing or anything. But William's done a great job. He allows you the opportunity to continue to go. He recruits correctly. He gets some really good fishermen. And plus you have the Coosa River out here. Like I've always told many people before, that if you take advantage of that, you can learn about anything, because each little lake is so much different. You can learn to do anything that you want to do. That's where I learned everything that I have. And I feel that the kids now from when I was there have started taking advantage of that. You constantly see Montevallo boats out there and they're learning stuff, and it's a pretty fickle fishery. It gets tough out there, so it's not a bad place to be.
Did they lean on you to do some recruiting now that you're a well-known grad of Montevallo?
I get a few questions from here and there. They ask me about some people that locally. Now, if you get out of state, I'm unsure of that stuff. But he does a great job of it. He gets the ones he needs to from all over the place. That's the amazing thing, that he's got people from up north. I mean, obviously Easton came from Minnesota, and Bo from Arkansas. He actually come from another school during the period of time, and he keeps the local people. So he has a very broad spectrum when it comes to anglers, which is a good thing when it comes to the team. You see different people winning in different regions, and then you have your standouts here and there, but it usually takes a little while to develop those.
Well, Wesley, we sure appreciate it. You're an esteemed alumni for sure at this point in your career. Great first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Thanks for helping us out again today to help break down Lake Martin. First year man who did very well, top 10 in points.
I found out about Wesley because of his partner Zeke Gossett, and I used to think Zeke was the hammer in the boat. Now I'm starting to think that maybe Wesley's a quick learner and Zeke was just the temporary mentor.
Well, we certainly expect more big things on the horizon in the year 2025 out there in the Elite Series for Wesley Gorn. We appreciate one more time him helping us out today. We're going to get back to the action here on Lake Martin straight away when we return.
Don't give up.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp-hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
You're here for the hook set and nothing else. Because the battle between you and the bass should always be front and center. And now that the best trolling motors ever made are even better, we'll lead the charge. So you can focus on getting them to bite whenever and wherever the fight takes you. With Minn Kota, you're free to fish on any front.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maximum Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
Back with more live coverage. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7. Final event of the season. 9 stops this year. And we have reached the end of this trail, and so much business to take care of. These anglers have been striving so hard for so many different reasons. They're trying to, well, every one of them that's been fishing the EQs, of course, everyone who fishes all 9 events has been trying to do that so they can gain entry into the Bassmaster Elite Series, to make that jump up to the very top level of competition. Bo Browning, one of those guys, yesterday found himself a ways out of the top 10, has fished his way all the way up to 3rd place today. Dakota B.A.S.S come from 3rd place to take over the lead, so things are changing, and we expected them to. It doesn't take a whole lot of ounces to move the needle around here, such as the nature of the fishing here on Lake Martin. So every keeper that you can get an upgrade out of helps the cause. Bo Browning has certainly helped his cause today.
Yeah, we've been off to a good start. Yesterday, I felt like I just fought it till about 10 o'clock and got the ball rolling. Actually able to get out to a good start this morning and get me 8 or 9 pounds right out of the gate, catch 2 good ones. So 1 big one and another good one. So I still got plenty of room to upgrade. But no, it feels good to be off to a good start and kind of breathe a little bit and golly. Kind of breathe. Golly, please eat it. Please eat it. Oh, freaking giant one. Come back and get her later. She'll go sit up on that dock here in a little bit. But anyways, it's been good. It's been a good start. Like I said, just glad to have the ball rolling a little bit earlier and breathe. I know about what I need. So I'm close. I'm honestly really close to be this early in the day. And I feel like I can get me a couple more good ones before the end of it.
At 9.5 pounds, he had our biggest bag until Bobby Bakewell just showed up with 10 pounds.
Wow.
He's leading now. He had 9.14 at day 1.
Well, we're in the boat all day with Bo. This morning he started a good ways, as we say, out of the top 10. We needed to get started, catching him early.
All right.
He's going to get back into that race with Matt Adams and Evan Kung for the 9th, very valued 9th spot. Means he can fish the Elite Series next year. And he got going early. I mean, he caught him steady early today.
He did indeed.
Oh my gosh.
You always want to upgrade your weight from day 1 to day 2, and he has done that at minimum. He has forced them to have to catch him for sure. Bobby Bakewell's trying to do the same thing. He was the one who was 68 points behind coming into today. He needed to do his best, and winning it this week would be his best.
The excitement when he caught that biggest one of the morning was definitely inspiring to watch the young man.
And Bo was so confident this morning when he was leaving the dock. He literally told us, I'm going to go out and I'm going to catch him. And he's definitely done that.
He has.
Started the morning 10th in EQ points. He came in this event tied for 9th and final spot. Now he is 7th. He's passed Evan Kung, Matt Adams, and Tucker Smith.
Does Tucker have Bass Track?
No, he's
No.
off
Okay.
the board, so.
You didn't
Any
throw
fishing
that
catches, he'll get
detail.
right
That's a
back in
key
there.
detail there, Such. People are asking online what these guys need to solidify. Easton, Cody Meyer, they're in. The way Dakota Ebert and Paul Marks are fishing, they would be in. And then the rest, Emil Wagner, he doesn't have Bass Track
Loberg.
growing today.
Yeah.
Loberg doesn't have Bass, so those guys are unknowns, but should be with how they finished yesterday. They were both tied for 28th. They should both be A-OK. Tucker Smith dropped down, obviously, but finishing in the 50s yesterday. If he stayed in the 50s, he would need every other person to finish in the top 10 probably to pass him. So I would say the same thing he did yesterday would get him in. Yeah. And then those bottom 3 guys are the ones who are cast by cast, it changes.
Yeah, absolutely. They are living minute to minute. Back out to 3rd place, Cody Meyer. Certainly tightened up that race for Tackle Warehouse EQ Angler of the Year points.
All right, well, we're just cold with a 1.5-pounder. We got 8 pounds. So definitely not working.
Apologize for the little spotty signal right there, but Cody will get around the corner and we'll pick him up momentarily. Let's take a look back at his day today. Got himself a limit in the boat and a lot of shallow water action to start his day.
You've been impressed with Cody overall for his career, Bill. You've probably kept an eye on it, but he has definitely been the king of finesse fishing, but we often see his versatility as well. We had him on the Mississippi River on Bass Live. Obviously, you fished against him in that tournament, and we have him obviously here, and so it's just, whether it's spinning rod in his hand or top water, like, I have ultimate confidence in Cody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Regardless of where we're at or what's going on, he's able to make the adjustments, and he's a very well-rounded, versatile angler. He's had a great career up to this point.
He and both Hebert have won more than $1 million in bass fishing.
Here's Dakota Ebert. He's kind of turned a different direction now, not working those docks and shade lines over for the moment. Up until moments ago, he was the leader and had been for a couple hours. Good, fast start for him today.
Brush pile with a bunch of stuff in it. I ain't biting. I guess it's a bunch of big crappie. All right, let's move.
Let's take a look at Dakota's quick start early this morning.
Good one.
Started just as he did yesterday with a 1 3/4 fish. Good keeper to get this day going.
Right about this time yesterday, he probably had about 8 pounds, and then he catches that 4-pounder and gets up above, 10.5, 11 pounds, ended the day right around that mark. And so for Dakota, a little off the pace, but really, Bill, not too far away. He's just missing that one big bite that you really can't count on.
Absolutely, especially on this pond. Them big ones are hard to come by, but we still got a lot of time left.
Oh, yeah.
I clearly see this with the conditions we had today, this afternoon. I clearly see some of the guys that catch, them better than average fish.
Let's check in on our points leader still for season-long effort. And Easton Fothergill is still looking for his first keeper.
Yeah, with no
today.
fish, he's fallen to 39th place, Tommy.
Very surprising.
Cody Myers in 3rd is overtaking him for the EQ points lead. This is where he needs to win it.
Yeah, and there's it's less likely that people not on Bass Track would pass Cody Meyer, but a lot of them off Bass would be getting themselves in between. So every keeper's until 5 is going to be huge for Easton.
That one may not make it.
Close to 12 inches. Bill Owen, you want to say it?
I can't wait.
Greaves!
You know, we heard Easton yesterday talking about his practice and how he was able to average that 11 pounds a day. But his bites were more geared toward that afternoon bite. You know, I think he's catching a lot of fish out of brush piles on a jig, using his forward-facing sonar. And he was, you know, telling us that he thought his afternoon was going to be better. But obviously here he's still sitting on a 0, trying to get that first bite, but maybe once that sun gets up and positions those fish for him a little better, he'll turn his day around.
You can't take away from him what he has been able to put together this season. He is
a phenomenal year.
Super versatile, super really performing when it counts the most. Day number 3 in these tournaments.
Father Girl had 9-11 yesterday for 26th place. We need something like that today.
Mm-hmm.
It's going good. I got a small limit, but hopefully I can upgrade a couple of them and get an okay bag. But kind of just searching around, trying to run into them. Fishing close to where I caught some yesterday. Let's see if I can find them again. There they are.
Paul has been super steady through this tournament. This is the first time he's fallen out of that 6th or 7th place spot. He's down to 9th as it stands right now.
They swim so fast.
Look at Paul's day. His limit as he did yesterday, fairly early.
Really been locked in on his deal for these more pelagic fish using his forward-facing sonar, that technology. A lot of these guys are also brush pile hopping. Guy we saw like Emil Wagner doing that yesterday, and Paul doing that to perfection. This is exactly the way he fishes back home at Lanier, off the bank, around maybe a little bit of cover, but a lot of pelagic fish. But then also mixing in that crucial dock fish yesterday, flipping a jig up underneath the dock, and then catching his biggest fish of the day doing that. That will be something that we see. If he can work that in today, he'll be a threat to win this tournament, not just survive and make the elites. He'll change directions mentally and say, actually, I think I can win this tournament. I need one more bite like that.
Absolutely.
Paul March, you see him right now, sitting in 9th place, just ahead of Austin Cranford, Joey Nania, Kyle Weisenberger. Bill pointed out a guy from his part of the country, the Ohio River Valley, probably doing some river fishing up there. All the rest of them. We are moving forward near the midway point of the day, but not there yet.
I'll be your beast of burden, an ally in enemy territory. Overgrown, nasty, unkind. Throw me in and watch me swim. Mother Nature may be tough. I'm tougher. I'll take you where chaos is the cost of entry, where the fish are worth the fight. If you ask me, the bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maximum Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
Out here, it takes a certain type. The type who's always the first one out. The type who knows deep down everyone else is just fishing for second. Enter the Apex Series. See more fish. Seize more victories. Settle for nothing less. With unrivaled clarity, it's the top fish finder for the most demanding type of angler. Only from Humminbird.
Each Caymas boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Caymas stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Caymas boat is about more than fishing. Caymas Boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Great part of the country here, Lake Martin, sort of just north of a line from Montgomery to Columbus, Georgia, in the east central part of the state of Alabama, not too far from the Georgia line. There's a pair of local residents there, husband and wife, making their way around the lake. All sorts of action going on out here. Spectators, watching their favorite anglers, family. A lot of family showing up for this event, I would imagine, as that a lot of these anglers have made a big part of their year tied to this 9-event season, at least if you're fishing the EQ part of this tour. Elite qualifying, that's what Matt Adams has had on his mind all year long and for a couple of years previous, I would imagine as well. Working so hard to that end, getting so close. A little slow day today. Needs to pick up the pace just a little bit.
There's been a lot more pressure in the creek than I've been having. Fish are not responding the way I thought they would. I'm gonna run some stuff that's had fish the next hour or so, and then by 11 o'clock I'll probably run a new water if I don't figure something out pretty quick. It's not good right now, not for me. So, you know, it gets pretty lonely out here on big moments like this when you're really struggling. So I'm trying to kind of keep my composure and realize that my bite's been better later in the day. But my bite's kind of disappeared every day too, which I didn't expect with running these brush piles like I am. I did not expect the bite to disappear, and it's kind of disappeared on me. We're not giving up. We're gonna stay after it.
Matt Adams spent a lot of years of his 41 years.
They're just not in them like they were. I'm gonna have to make a change here very shortly.
Took a few years off to build his business up, and now he is back, and his plan is to get to the Bassmaster Elite Series.
There was multiple fish in there. They're not there.
Two fish, he stands 22nd place. Evan Kong, he's got a finish 5 spots in front of him, is in 17th right now with a small limit. He's got 5 fish, but they only go 5 pounds.
Did I hear Matt yesterday say he has a lot of experience on this lake, or is it
50 to 60 tournament or tournament prep days?
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard him make the comment about he's going to run new water if his deal ain't started to work out. So, with that being said, sounds like he's got a lot of knowledge to be able to run around. And
Yeah, I think he, sorted through, and he said he used, forward-facing sonar the first few days of practice, and it just was not what he wanted it to be. And so he got more around the brush piles in a shallower depth range, the 10 to 15 range, utilizing the technology there, not on pelagic fish, but on structure or on cover. And so he obviously knows he's got to change gears, and he knows that there's probably a topwater bite that he has not explored too tremendously well.
yeah, I just heard him say the last 2 brush piles he looked at that had fish in them in practice, there's nothing in them right now.
Yeah. That's the one variable. The points getters for fishermen, they have fins and they swim away and they don't stay where they are. It's like if a football player had to find the football and then start trying to run for, yards and gain some yards. That's kind of you gotta find them, and then you gotta even figure out how to get them to bite.
And then you got to find them again once they move.
Yeah. And to think that for the Opens anglers, if you had a great day 1 of practice, maybe a great day 2 of practice, and you established it, that's Saturday and Sunday of last week.
Mm-hmm.
We're now getting into Friday, final day tomorrow, Saturday. You're almost a week away from the pattern that might have been going full-blown awesome over the weekend. Every day it's gotten a little tougher, and now you're 5 days away from when it was good. Mm-hmm. You're just, trying to put a sandwich together with a few crumbs.
Well, it's hard enough to stay with him for 1 day, let alone
Would you please eat it?
5 days.
No, you're gonna pull off of it too, like every other fish has this morning. Come on.
Well, one other thing to keep in the back of your mind is after today, if you're not in the top 10, you're certainly,
a little one.
You are done. You will not be able. Only the top 10 will fish. Tomorrow, championship Saturday, so every hour that passes gets a little more urgent.
Put him in a sandwich bag. I don't think he'll even go 12. He ain't going 12, he's about 10.
Got one in the live well for 1 pound.
Okay. There's some better fish in that pile. I mean, you can see them, they're just not cooperating. It also hurt this morning. I caught about a 1 3/4 pound crappie and watched a 3.5 pound spot swim right underneath it. Like it was either waiting for it to drop my minnow or thought it might try to eat it. It wasn't going to, but so they're not cooperating. I'm hoping the bite gets better as the day goes. It can't get me no worse.
There's times you got to fight through things like this, Bill Long. What's your most stressful time on the water fishing a tournament?
Times like this when this are happening, and I hate to keep harping on the Ohio River, but that's one thing that the Ohio River done for me is taught me how to stay focused 100% of the time and never get discouraged, because I grew up fishing for 5 bites every single day, and once you get them demons in your head and you start straying from your game plan and things just start falling apart, it's hard to overcome that. So if the Ohio River's taught me anything, it's taught me that just, stay focused, try to stay to your game plan. It is so hard to keep your head screwed on straight when things aren't going right. He's using his forward-facing sonar. He's being able to see those fish in the brush pile and not being able to get them to bite. So a lot of times I think that as good as this technology is, sometimes it can be bad because you can see them, you can't get them to bite, and you start wondering what you're doing wrong. So a lot of times, for me, I feel like I'd be better off if I didn't know they were in that brush pile, not being able to get them to bite. But with Matt, I think and he keeps saying it himself, that his better bites are coming late in the day. And we're starting to come up on that.
There's bite windows and you got to be ready.
Absolutely. Ronnie and I believe we're here with Cody Meyer now, and I think this is his dock. We're back to his dock.
It's my favorite dock on Martin, too. I just need to figure out where it's at.
He caught a good largemouth off the walkway yesterday and then turned around and caught a good spot off the face of the dock. So
that's the cast. We will see if we have a moments ago when we come back, Tommy. We know during the break, Cody Meyer caught one off his special dock.
Cody Meyer, strong performance here, holding steady in the top 3 as he has been for most of this tournament. Dakota Ebert now surrendered the top spot to Bobby Bakewell of Orlando, Florida. Probably had a lot on his mind this week, that is for sure, given all the weather events around the country. We have got a lot more to show you from Lake Martin.
I'll be your beast of burden. An ally in enemy territory. Overgrown, nasty, unkind. Throw me in and watch me swim. Mother Nature may be tough. I'm tougher. I'll take you where chaos is the cost of entry, where the fish are worth the fight. If you ask me, the bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maxim Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
Out here, it takes a certain type. The type who's always the first one out. The type who knows deep down everyone else is just fishing for second. Enter the Apex Series. See more fish. Seize more victories. Settle for nothing less. With unrivaled clarity, it's the top fish finder for the most demanding type of angler. Only from Humminbird.
Each Caymas boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Caymas stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Caymas boat is about more than fishing. Caymas Boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities in 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
Any short-sighted spy in the field can provide you with images. Only the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams provide tactical reconnaissance. High-resolution photos and videos paired with detailed intel of where game is most active. Built for simplicity, just turn on your Edge 2 cell cam and it will auto-connect to one of the 4 major cellular networks, while our easy-to-use app arms you with game plan, so you can determine where and when to hunt. Don't just capture images, gather intelligence.
We're all sick of those deep voice industry buzzwords. Let's actually talk about something fun. Swim baits. The issue is it's intimidating for most anglers to gain confidence in throwing something this big. At Clutch Swim Bait Company, our social media posts, our videos, and our website is all dedicated to helping you, the angler, gain confidence in throwing these big baits. Beginner to advanced, we provide you the products and resources to help you catch more game-changing fish. If you'd like to take your swim bait fishing to the next level, check us out on social media or at clutchswimbaitco.com.
Don't give up.
St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin.
It's a weird looking
Fish
dog.
are awful foxy around here, and so are the foxes. And this beautiful spot in the southern Appalachians here in Alabama. Lake Martin, a place of beauty, a lot of history here. Very, very mature lake, going to celebrate the centennial. Just not too many months. And Will Davis started the day with the lead. Will Davis is certainly someone with plenty of experience on Lake Martin, a big hand at bass fishing. We got to know him last year. As a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, we came to Lay Lake on the Coosa River, and Will Davis was definitely one of the favorites coming in there, but boy, he had some big-time competition in the form of, say, Brandon Polnick, Jason Christie, a very, very tight tournament down to the last minute on that day on Lay Lake.
He took down some of the biggest names in the sport, Tommy. Like you said, Polnick, Christie. Hook in the hand, doesn't matter. 30 minutes left, grabbing one of the biggest fish of his week. Upgrading late in the day. And Tommy, there was 8 or 9 anglers that called Lay Lake home or were very familiar with it. It wasn't like he had a major advantage over everyone. A lot of people called this place home. He dominated it for an elite win.
It was a furious final day for him, visiting every spot he thought could get the job done. And he knew many of them on Lay Lake and wound up with a 2-ounce victory.
About as close as it can get.
Any less, and it's Will Davis.
Pour down, an instant rainstorm happened.
Yeah, forgot about that.
But everyone from his hometown were there.
Father in the back.
Born to
right there.
fishing family, the Will Davis Jr., the Davis Bait Company. It's been around for a good while.
Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake.
Proven he belonged on the Elite Series, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. I wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to talk a little bit more about Will Davis. Will Davis, overall, one of those deep south, hospitable, kind, quiet, humble anglers. Won't talk about his hot streak, but I want to do that. We talk about the guys. Lee Livesey's been on a crazy hot streak a few years ago. Patrick Walters, the same. Jay Shakir, most recently, is one of those anglers that's just on a furious hot streak. Will Davis, I'm just going to call him a big-time player because in some of these events that show up to the state of Alabama and beyond, he shows up big time. 2 seasons on the Elite Series, 2023 his rookie year, made the Bassmaster Classic via points, won an Elite Series event at Lay Lake, like you said, and like we just talked about, Tommy. Then 2024 follows it up. Sometimes there's a sophomore slump, not for Will Davis, made the Classic again for next year based off his points, which is no easy feat. Bill Lowen, our guest today, knows how hard it is to be consistent. He's made a career doing that, and Will is off off to a great start. But when it comes to winning in the state of Alabama, 2022 Bass Nation Regional, Bass Nations for the grassroots anglers, Will Davis from the Coosa River said, I'll go and fish the Southeast Regional at Smith Lake in my home state. Goes over to Smith Lake, wins that event, qualifies for the national championship. That happens on the western side of the state at Pickwick. He wins the national championship, gets an elite berth, makes the classic, and obviously a big trophy, the Brian Kirchhoff Trophy. Like we said, made the Elite Series his rookie year, wins an Elite Series trophy on his home lake. Very hard to do, and he knocked it out of the park. And then followed it up to defend his title. No one has ever, in the history of B.A.S.S., over 50 years of tournaments, has ever won back-to-back Bass Nation championships. Will Davis did that. I think, Tommy, they've barred him from fishing in it because they're afraid he's going to three-peat. Now, I kid obviously, but he did that at Lake Hartwell in South Carolina, so he was primed up to fish Hartwell. That was our previously scheduled event for this Bassmaster Open, but instead, it's in the home state that he lives in, Alabama, at Lake Martin, and boy, could he win another major title on another tournament level with Bass in his home state. He would win 3 nation events, an elite event, and possibly an open since 2022 in a 2.5-year span, two-year span.
He has moved the needle in this sport for the past 3 or 4 years, that's for sure.
Got another guy to contend with. Kyle Palmer just took the lead. He's up to 8-12 today, had 11-7 yesterday.
Want to know what Kyle and Will Davis have in common, Such? Both anglers from Bethel University. Will Davis, one of the early anglers of college fishing. He has so many accolades we forget that.
We didn't even do the college part.
And Kyle Palmer's one of the youngest anglers from Bethel to now step into the Opens.
And definitely what I need. And I've got two good ones, over 2s to go with them, a 2, almost 3, and then a 2 1/4. So if I can fill out a limit of 2-pounders with that, I should be sitting right, but I feel like I should be able to get 3 opportunities off these docks. I've got enough good docks to run that I should be able to find 3 2-pounders by the end of the day. And I'm gonna go check in on those fish that I found this morning too. So it'll happen. It'll happen.
A little bit of chop on the water. Billy talk about the conditions. Oh, here we go.
That's a good one too.
Yeah.
He's so confident in what he's doing. He keeps telling us everything he's going to do, and then he turns around and does it.
You can feel it. A lot of anglers feel
absolutely.
confidence, but not many say it out loud, and he said, we're going to do it. It's going to happen today.
Pound 9. Cold of 1.6.
Quarter-pound upgrade.
Black.
How old is Bo? 23?
22, 23, yeah. I don't know when his birthday is.
Still, I believe.
Been fishing. He fished high school tournaments with him. Was 8 years old.
Oh yeah,
That's just unbelievable.
Honestly.
He'll turn 23 right after Thanksgiving. His birthday is November 28th.
Yeah.
I'll take a bonus popper bite though every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
He has balanced the bank and offshore very well this week.
Bring up age, Tommy. Last year, our 9
Quarter
EQ
pound.
guys averaged 24
But
years.
Here. Big deal, yeah.
Almost 25 years old, which is down about five
doubt.
years from the previous year, 31 years old. This year, if Matt Adams were to make it, it's 29 years old.
He
'Cause you
wrecks
got
the curve a little bit.
40-year-old guys. If Bo Browning makes it, he knocks it down 2 years to like 27 years.
Oh, man. They're definitely better, younger, each and every year, it seems like, in this sport. That's a trend probably not going to change too much. Bo Browning getting the job done as far as his goal today. Make it into the top 9 in EQ points. Get entry to the Bassmaster Elite Series. But we are far from done on this day. Plenty more to come.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp-hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
You're here for the hook set and nothing else. Because the battle between you and the bass should always be front and center. And now that the best trolling motors ever made are even better, we'll lead the charge. So you can focus on getting them to bite whenever and wherever the fight takes you. With Minn Kota, you're free to fish on any front.
Start your Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday. After a huge win to take down Michigan, Washington takes on Iowa in a Big Ten showdown. All starts at 10 a.m. with Big Noon kickoff live from Provo ahead of the Arizona-BYU clash. And then it is Washington, Iowa at noon, only on Fox.
You know, Tommy, you've done that promo 2 or 3 times now, and the more you do it, the more I realize Lake Martin is kind of like an Iowa football game. It is one of those tough grinders. You may punt a bunch, but it doesn't take much to pull ahead and win.
There you go. See, there's always a comparison to be made between a great playing fields and some great players. That's what we've got here on Lake Martin. Going to close out the season. That will happen tomorrow. Championship Saturday. This long, long road that has taken us all the way from southern Florida on up to the wilds of Minnesota and back down here to Alabama to wrap up the year. Of course, we're going to be at Lake Hartwell for all of you who were just checking in with us. Of course, they had the Hurricane Helene that come through there. Hartwell's okay, but the people in the area, say 100-mile radius, really need to concentrate on recovering from that. So we didn't need to be a distraction up there. Made a late decision to move right here to Lake Martin. And there's a good fish for Evan Cum.
A little bit better. Come on. Stepping bait everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a good battles for the EQ Angler of the Year and for the final spot to get into the elites next season. And he's in that former.
A little bit better than what I got. It's been a tough morning this morning. Have a small limit, but they definitely all need to get a lot bigger if I want any chance to do anything. But hopefully they start grouping up a little bit better now, and we can start catching a little better quality fish. Same plan as yesterday, just go around looking for some schools. Just gotta hope I run into a few of the right ones, put some bigger ones in the boat. Decent call.
Yeah, 3 12 ounces. You got rid of this final one there.
Yeah, okay.
That was his last 12 ouncer, huh?
Yep.
Well, that's an important piece of business. Now I can knuckle down, like he says, trying to find a school that's got a couple of the right size in it.
Looks like he needs to take about 5 minutes and fizz a few fish that he's caught a little deep. That would be probably the best thing to do.
Looks like we're getting a little more wind as well.
Yeah. Back out to Dakota E-Bear. Certainly used that wind yesterday to his benefit.
I'm really hoping that one bites it.
I did.
Yes, sir. That's a largemouth, dude.
What has he got room to upgrade? Nothing larger than a 1 3/4 pounder.
Have a little bit.
Yeah, that's the theme of the week. A 4-pounder yesterday, gave him a 3-pound coal. If he had that same 3-pound coal right now and got rid of a 1-pounder, he would be right around 10 pounds again like he was at yesterday, you know, at that point in the day. Because later, remember, we saw Dakota catch another 2.5-pounder or so to get up to that 11 and change.
Really too good.
12 pounds.
Looking for a 1-1 that should be in that box there. It's going to afford him a 1/3 of a pound, 4 ounces there. Back out to Easton Fothergill. Suits just tipped us off that he has got another catch.
Needs it.
Yeah, he needs it. Got to be in 26th or better today in order to lock down the points title for the year.
He had fallen to 39th place and had given up the EQ points lead to Cody Meyer. This fish,
Number 3.
number 2, was a 2-pounder.
A little bit spotty service there, but the drone kind of saving it for us. Getting up there where he can get a signal, and we can show you this catch. He's going to weigh it carefully there.
On the quarter.
That's his 3rd fish.
3rd fish going to
gets him up to 20th place.
bumping up to what, 20th? Okay.
And back in the EQ points lead.
Where he needs to be. So success there. However fleeting it may be, he's got a full day of fishing yet to go, so you can't write down any names yet.
So
any trophies.
Everything unofficially
Pencil it in.
changes each day, but coming into the week, 28th place. If Easton finished 28th, Cody would have to win, and they would tie
at 28.
28, but Easton would get the tiebreaker. So 28th and better, Easton doesn't have to worry. Well, he'll still probably worry, but he'll be in good shape. 28th is the magic number.
Back to Alan Brooks, Canton, Georgia, 2nd place to start our day.
That's the full field. Full field. We're live. Well, we've got a little limit. Very happy to be here. Been fishing the opens for 10 years, and first camera. So happy.
We apologize for the spotty audio.
We lost a couple of good fish today. We lost a 5-pounder and we lost a 3-pounder, and those are not. We got.
Yeah, we just heard him say he lost a 5-pounder and a 3-pounder.
3-pounder.
Them are
That's
like
that's a big
unicorns right
loss.
now. Absolutely.
That is losing a lot right there.
I mean, 2 bites, you're looking at 8 pounds. That's some people's limits.
Absolutely would have him top spot for sure. As it stands right now, he's got his limit, but boy, they are all small. 5.5 pounds is what it's listed as unofficially. Angler from Georgia who spends a lot of time at a lake up in North Georgia that says reminds him very much of this Lake Martin in Alabama. It's called Lake Nottely up north, just south of the border with western North Carolina. Excuse me, eastern North Carolina.
No, you were right.
Western.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. We got a North Carolina expert here. Thank goodness.
We fished while we couldn't fish Chattooga those years when we had back-to-back championships there. We would fish lakes around there, you know, like because they are so unique and so special. It's kind of a strip of certain type of lake before you get to East Tennessee, where it's a strip of a different type, you know, regionally, and so all those different lakes around there.
Hiwassee up there.
Yeah,
and all
exactly.
those.
Hiwassee, Nottely. I was trying not to give all the spots out. I was just going to be vague, but Tommy's.
I don't think there's secrets anymore, right?
Everybody's so secretive nowadays.
Oh, everything. Everybody wants to be the gatekeeper of information.
Well, this event was announced as a replacement for Lake Hartwell, and Easton Fothergill said he went on Google Earth and was searching out things, since he didn't know a lot about this lake either.
Yeah.
A lot of things he's found on Google Earth. That's what he did to win the Classic bracket last year, Lake Milford in Kansas.
It's the information highway.
Yeah. They're talking about the things that make a challenge here, make it tough, good tough fishing here on Martinville, and they talk about the fact that the water's still warm, we're getting cooler air now. What does that mean? And that's kind of, they get a little mixed up, those fish, when it's like autumn but not autumn?
It does. You know, you get some cold fronts. You know, it may be 30 degrees in the morning and 80 degrees in the afternoon, and water temperatures are fluctuating around, but the fall has always been, regardless of where you're at in the country, it's always been that toughest time of year to get a pattern established and run with it until you finally get those cold fronts that totally cool the water down. This is always that transitional time when a lot of anglers struggle. That's why we always talk about fall events are so, people are so interested in watching them because they learn how to catch fish in the fall.
Yeah.
And we don't see a lot of events in the fall. You know, as far as I'm concerned, that late September, early October, exactly where we're at right now, are the hardest times of the year to fish, and especially pattern fish.
Yeah. Paul Marks is down to 10th place right now. Paul would definitely like to stick around for the fishing tomorrow, but you got to be in the top 10 to do that. He's been pretty steady throughout the course of this tournament. A little traffic, a beautiful day, of course, out there. We're probably about 65, 70 degrees right now, and a beautiful sunshiny day.
Paul's trying to have his 6th top 12 this year and 7th top 25 this week.
That is a great year for the man from Georgia. We'll be right back to Alabama.
Don't give up.
Any short-sighted spy in the field can provide you with images. Only the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams provide tactical reconnaissance, high-resolution photos and videos paired with detailed intel of where game is most active. Built for simplicity, just turn on your Edge 2 cell cam and it will auto-connect to one of the 4 major cellular networks, while our easy-to-use app arms you with game plan so you can determine where and when to hunt. Don't just capture images, gather intelligence.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp-hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
beast of burden. An ally in enemy territory. Overgrown, nasty, unkind. Throw me in and watch me swim. Mother Nature may be tough. I'm tougher. I'll take you where chaos is the cost of entry, where the fish are worth the fight. If you ask me, the bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maximum Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
Hope your Friday's going great. It is great to have you with us on Bassmaster Live, and we continue our live coverage. Last stop of the year for the Opens, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 Reels here at beautiful Lake Martin in Alabama. Challenging Lake Martin atop of the leaderboard right now. Kyle Palmer of Winchester, Tennessee, Tennessee, where our last event on Bassmaster Live came from. Tim's Ford Lake in Tennessee, south of Nashville there. So kind of fits together. Bobby Bakewell of Florida now moved down to 2nd place. That pushes Dakota Ebert into 3rd place right now, but still a great effort for him so far. But he would like to be a little ahead of where he is right now. He is a little behind his pace from yesterday. Also behind his pace from yesterday a little bit is Matt Adams in a struggle, but he also always has had in this tournament a less productive early mornings than later in the day. So he's looking for things to pep up for him a considerable bit out there on Lake Martin.
I think you nailed it, Bill Lowen, that he needs to just stay calm and stay in the moment.
Big fish live on this lake normally. Shallow laydowns are seawalls.
He definitely made a change
right
here,
now,
you can tell.
I do not see myself being able to catch 5 2-pounders today.
Water's a lot.
Acting, I don't even think even if he got better, I could catch 5 2-pounders. It just doesn't look right, doesn't act right, and I'm getting ready to run over top of a really good laydown right there. And so I'm almost taking a gamble that I can catch a 3 or a 4 doing this and fill out my limit. If I can catch a 3 or a 4, and a 2, then maybe I'll have a chance. They give me 6 and what's that? We're live. You know, here's the thing. It's not that I wanted to, but it didn't feel right. It's gotten worse for me every day. And today was by far the worst day. There's people all over everything I was fishing, which they have every right to it too. I'm not complaining about that. That's part of what we do. But right now, if I don't do something different, I'm gonna be on the outside looking in, and I would rather make a change, swing for it a little bit of a go big or go home, and if I don't make it, I don't make it, but I'm not gonna sit there and die doing the same thing that's not working. So I'm hoping that I can get one good bite here and fill out a limit, like a 3 or 4 pounder, which would help a lot if I can ever get my crankbait back. So the fish on this lake, the big ones live shallow. They always have. they're just really hard to catch. But right now, the ones that I'm trying to catch out deep are really hard to catch, so it's all the same. So I'm gonna run absolutely as much water as I can for the next 4 hours, roughly, and hope that I stumble and hit 2 good ones in the head. If I hit 2 good ones in the head, I'll probably be okay. If I can catch a couple of 2.5s or 3s, maybe even a 4, maybe pull up on a laydown that's got multiples. This lake's known to have laydowns that will have 10 or 12 fish on them. I didn't find them in practice, but I'm frustrated. The only way to get out of frustration is swing your way out of it, and this is the only way I know to swing. So, may regret it later, but right now I feel like it's the best thing to do.
Matt Adams retying, get ready to do battle. Sort of let it all hang out, try to catch a big one or 2 to get back into the game here. We got to know Matt very early on this year. We followed him down at Lake Okeechobee, where he had a great start to his year, a top 5 finish. Out there, sort of everything overshadowed by Scott Martin's incredible performance there at Lake Okeechobee. But Matt did pretty well for himself, as you can see.
Yeah, he was up in that corner of the region where Randall Tharp was. So we had 2 of the top 5 guys occupying the same general region. One of them was throwing a chatterbait the whole time, and the other one was flipping reeds. And Matt did that to perfection, and then rolled it into the next or the third event, 2 events later. Santee Cooper fishing his style as well. I mean, this was right up his alley.
Did very well there. It's a little bit of a fall off in production in Alabama. And then back at Eufaula, Lake Eufaula, another great top 10 finish for Matt Adams.
He has been, every other tournament has been a good one for him.
That's right.
And then when we see him on the final day, it's been some kind of drama. And he lost 5, 6 fish on the final day on a crankbait, and nothing was going right, but he did catch a couple big ones on that final day to salvage it. And then we go a few events. He survived somehow the St. Clair and the
tough tournament at St. Clair, and Leech Lake a little better.
Still stayed inside the qualification, and then had a top 10 at the Mississippi River, and so absolutely incredible. And what's crazy is he was obviously the bubble boy coming into the tournament, and was bubble boy after yesterday. That Lake St. Clair 103rd, he probably caught really good weight for 2 days. It's just how incredible the weights were there that you were below 100th if you were subpar.
Oh yeah, that was a hard one to advance in for sure. But we feel like we know him pretty well, and we've spent a lot of time. Man from Oxford, Alabama, throughout the course of this season.
Dalton
to turn
Smith.
things around today.
Dalton Smith has moved into 3rd place. He's in the teens yesterday.
Yeah.
10 pounds.
Yeah, good day yesterday. So we get back out to Bo Browning. Browning, one of our great stories of the day, started considerably out of the top 10 and has really put on a great morning. Just under 10 pounds for him today. Unofficially may have 10 pounds, as a matter of fact.
Second best on Bass Track.
Yeah.
9/12 from 43rd to 6th place right now. He was like the first guy out of making the top 9 of the Elite Series. Now he's 7th.
And Bill, it's not been cool enough in the mornings for long enough for us to call this full fall fishing, but we are seeing the recipe of fall fishing, and Bo has managed it so well. We're seeing him with multiple baits up on the bank, way off this looks good, that looks good. Let me go skip that dock, and that is the recipe this time of the year.
Absolutely, that fall transition time is a junk fisherman's dream. And Bo, with his dad being in the elites forever and being a river fisherman, he's grown up around that junk fishing style. Obviously he has learned how to do that and be a forward-facing sonar angler as well. And he's so confident today. You know, every decision that he has made, we've talked about that, has been the right decision. And when things like that are happening, magic can happen.
Let's take a look at Bo Browning through the year here. Certainly has impressed here. Came right out of college. Right out of college, says, I'm going to the Opens. I'm going to make my way over to the Bassmaster Elite Series. I want to fish there.
Florida was a worry for him and Easton Fothergill, and the college roommates started off strong, both making the top 10 at Okeechobee, fishing totally different areas, but man, and doing it their way. I mean, Bo throwing multiple baits at Okeechobee, junk fishing his way to a top 10. Great start to the season, and he would love to obviously end the season with a top 10 as well. He went into the next event, you know, with a little bit less pressure because he had just gotten a top 10 at Okeechobee, but a little bit more pressure because you feel that good momentum build low and you're like, I need to win at my home lake. He had a 53rd, not too bad. Overall, he's just been riding that check line, unfortunately missing checks by less than 10 spots throughout the year, but these last two events and this week have all been in the right direction.
Kept those triple digits off the card.
Yes.
That's always an important thing to do. That helps you secure a better spot in total points when you come to this final stop of the year.
I think he just needs to ask Easton, what was the deal at Eufaula, man? You won the event. You didn't even throw me a bone. I got 76, man. I needed. I could have been 60th, and I wouldn't be sweating.
I had a
this week.
2-pounder.
Yeah, you could. Come on.
I needed a couple more spots.
Yeah. Paul Marks also very successful at keeping the big numbers off of his card through the course of this season.
He is one of the 4 anglers who has finished lower than 100th in events. In fact, he's got 2 of them, but his other 5 were so good.
His other 7, if we count this one, and then 9 events, he will have 7 top 25s and 2 finishes worse than 100th. So
that's unbelievable.
Absolutely. He'll look at it and be like, thank goodness I didn't have worse finishes, but man, if I wouldn't have had such a bad deal at Santee, I could have been AOI. I could have won the AOI.
Twelfth place or better in 5 events, 23rd in the other one, and then 118th and 105th. And he's still, what has he moved up to?
3rd in points.
3rd in points.
After yesterday.
Did we say Santee Cooper was one of his low finishes? What was the other?
118th.
Yeah, he did get tripled.
Was Eufaula his other bad one?
Yeah, and both of those.
Yeah.
105th. They grind on through the morning. We're just about into the afternoon session here. I guess we could say we're past the halfway point on this day, and it's still Kyle Palmer of Tennessee sitting on top of our leaderboard with Bobby Bakewell of Florida. Right behind him, Dalton Smith. Kentucky, I believe Dalton is from. We got a lot more changes to come, as we always say.
Don't give up.
Any short-sighted spy in the field can provide you with images. Only the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams provide tactical reconnaissance, high-resolution photos and videos paired with detailed intel of where game is most active. Built for simplicity, just turn on your Edge 2 cell cam and it will auto-connect to one of the 4 major cellular networks, while our easy-to-use app arms you with game plan so you can determine where and when to hunt. Don't just capture images, gather intelligence.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp-hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
I'll be your beast of burden, an ally in enemy territory. Overgrown, nasty, unkind. Throw me in and watch me swim. Mother Nature may be tough. I'm tougher. I'll take you where chaos is the cost of entry, where the fish are worth the fight. If you ask me, the bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maximum Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
Bassmaster Opens, St. Croix Bassmaster Opens are sort of the next level of competition, right under the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is certainly the gateway to that. It will be for 9 anglers at the end of it all here today. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7. We're heading into the second half of our fishing day. Just in a couple of minutes here, and Evan Kung of Canada. Here's what he's got to do. His goal, make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series, as we just mentioned, and he's maybe a little shy of that right now. Bo Browning is the man who has moved up in that 3-person competition. Matt Adams, Evan Kung, and Bo Browning all vying for those last spots.
It'll help a little bit. Not very big. Helps a little. Every ounce is going to count in this tournament, so. Not much, but every little bit helps.
Evan Kung came out of college, says, I'm going to fish the Opens till I make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Anything to keep from getting a job. And he'll go as far as he can with that. And he has absolutely had a great, if he's fishing high, consistent high finishes, that's how his 4 tournaments to start this year have went.
Yeah, it was. I talked to him at Ouachita before that final day. I actually went down each day to the weigh-ins because it's not far from our studios here. Got to talk to some of the anglers in person, called him on the way home, back to studio, and he talked about the lessons he learned the first year doing the EQs last year. So last season, took his lumps. Obviously from Canada, they're not just smallmouth anglers, they fish for largemouth too, but it's just a little southern largemouth just act a little different. He came down and really learned a lot. And boy, he put it into play early. Lake Eufaula, just like Santee Cooper, threw a lot of people for loops, so he almost survived the southern swing with a good finish there. St. Clair wasn't as good as he expected it to be. He got it turned around at Leach.
Leach, you'd expect him to do well
exactly.
up there, closer to home. And I'll say this for him, he has been committed to that offshore bite here.
For sure.
Event.
I think there's a comfort to numbers. Even if you know they're not bigger, if you're getting a bite every 30 minutes to an hour, you feel like you're making progress, and especially when you're guarding something like a points lead for a cut line, whereas other guys are, hey, I got to sell out. I'm going to go up on the bank, catch some big ones, try to do that. If I catch 3, I'm already out anyways, that type of deal. So Evan's trying to protect his territory.
Remember, he had led our EQ point standings after the 3rd and 4th events. Then he had the 96th place, I believe, 95th, and fell back, but he's stayed in our top 10. Now he's 8th, and he's in danger, though. I mean, he's got to catch him today.
Really appreciate you being with us on your Friday here today. This is some rare Friday FS2 fishing for you. We love that here on Bassmaster Live, and welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders, of course, here with Ronnie Moore and Such, and our great guest this week, Bill Lowen, perfect guy to follow the action here. Bill is a fellow who is a great connoisseur of tight, tough fishing conditions. Grinders is what you love in life.
Yeah, that's exactly what we got going on. And, even though it's a grinder, these are the tournaments that make it exciting. There's a lot on the line here, guys qualifying for the Elite Series, and they're all doing their jobs. It's amazing to watch, and it's exciting because this is that time of the year, that transitional period where it even makes it tougher. It amplifies it, and then to throw that on top of a stingy fishery where 10 pounds a day is huge, anything can happen. The guy that gets that better than average bite is going to be the guy that excels. We're starting to see and we're starting to notice guys like Matt Adams making adjustments, trying to get that better than average bite. So I think we'll see that happen this afternoon. It's exciting to sit here and watch.
Absolutely. I remember covering you years and years when you were on the road to the Bassmaster Elite Series. I think it was a nation event at the Harris chain down there in Florida, and we interviewed you in the morning. You said, "Man, I never realized how nervous you could get before a tournament, but you were. It's a nerve-wracking process."
I was nervous. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I still get nervous like that to this day.
That's
I think
good.
I'm 18 years full-time on the Elite Series, and every morning when I roll out of there, I feel like I'm going to puke on the deck of the boat.
It is the fear of the unknown, but that's what I was talking about. We do the same job every day. We come into studio, we watch bass fishing live, but it's very cool time because you just don't know what's going to happen. You could be on a rock solid pattern, and tomorrow something changed slightly from the north to the west, whatever the case may be with the wind, and that changes your pattern. It could be cloudy one day, sunny the next. You have to adjust again, and it could just be an execution problem. You could get the right bites and lose them, and that's another aspect of our sport. But I have that uncertain feeling in my stomach right now from studio. One of our guys, Evan Kung, Matt Adams, or Bo Browning, in the last 30 minutes of this tournament, they're going to catch a key fish that's going to vault them not only 10, 20 places in this tournament, but possibly one more spot in Angler of the Year and make the Elite Series. And it could come down your whole 9-month season. 9 tournaments could come down to the last 5-10 casts of your year.
Yeah, we got that contention at the bottom of the 9 there in Such. That's only one of our 3 big stories we're working here. Of course, winning the tournament, very, very important. You go to the Classic, and of course the points, the season-long points race, Tackle Warehouse EQ points.
Yeah, I said we were going to postulate some possibilities, and Easton Fothergill came in here 27 points ahead in the EQ for the Angler of the Year title. Right now he's 22nd. He's only got 3 fish. He has left the door open. Cody Meyer is 5th. If Easton Fothergill were to fall past 33rd, Cody Meyer could take that trophy.
All right. Well, as we get ready to take you back on the water, I want to have a little tribute to our special guest here. It's been so great having Bill Lowen in the studio here. We knew he would be terrific. And the state of Alabama, of course, is where Bill is a Elite Series champion. And let's take you back to 2021 right now, and Lake Pickwick, sort of at the other corner of the state. And Bill Lowen, a special, magical week for you.
Oh, definitely, for sure. You know, that was one of those events where, you know, changing conditions, fishing on the fly.
I think we pushed it and finished on a Monday, maybe,
Absolutely.
because
Yeah, we had too much wind
it back.
to start that tournament. Yeah.
Lake on top of a lake, I remember that being.
Yeah, and water,
discussed.
wind and water.
And I was one of the anglers that said, hey, maybe we ought to cancel this event because of the conditions that we were faced with. And thank God we didn't.
This fish catch right here, Bill, you had to adjust on this final day. Not everything was going perfectly, but you made an adjustment with the water changing, and you got the bite that every angler dreams of on the final day of a tournament.
You know, and I've always been void of that bite, and to be able to get that bite on the last day, and at that point, I don't want to say sealed the deal. I had no idea.
You knew that fish gave you a shot,
to get a bite like that.
Look at the size of that one.
And to see that excitement that I had. I'm not that guy, you know. I'm not that guy that gets excited like
You were
that.
the guy that day.
That was just years and years of being so close so many times to finally get over that hump and do it in my style and my fashion. I'll never take it for granted.
You knew that was the winning catch, right?
I had no idea.
No
Honestly,
idea.
had no
That's
idea.
right.
Really? You didn't at that point? You didn't think?
No, I thought that the fish I had in the box that go with that were 2-pounders, and they ended up being 3-pounders. So all the way up till the final weigh, and I thought I had 18. I ended up having 20. So
How
I had no
about
idea.
that?
Had no idea.
I had no idea it went down in your mind like that.
And
That is interesting.
very special that you caught that fish and a lot of your fish on that final day on a black and blue jig, just like your mentor, Denny Brower, somebody you look up to, and that having that whole interaction, talking to him on the phone the night before, and saying, you know, I'm going to win this for you on something that you made famous.
Yeah, he said, catch me a 7-pounder on a black and blue jig for old time's sakes, and I ended up catching an 8-pounder. You know, when I caught it, I thought it was a 10-pounder, but yeah, it's you know, them blue trophies are hard to come by, and never take it for granted. And like I said, to be close so many times to finally be able to seal the deal, yeah, I'll never ever forget it.
All right, that's just now keeper number 3 for Will Davis, who knocked out 13 pounds in the lead on day number 1. How different can 2 days be? But still plenty of time to turn that around. And Will Davis, a guy with plenty of resources at his command as far as knowledge
Lake Martin
of Lake
skeleton,
Martin.
as my buddy Rodney Baker calls him.
His 3 fish total, his big bass yesterday, 4.9.
1 pound even. That's what I'm talking about.
Been around Will enough to know that he's not one of those anglers that gets rattled very easily. He's done it for a long time. Like I said, he's been fishing ever since he was a kid. So he doesn't get rattled very easy. I mean, even when he boated the fish and got the treble hooks in his hand, he didn't get rattled then, you know?
He just looked at Jake and said, hey, can you get these out of here?
This is a place where he is definitely at home. Certainly don't want to ride him off on this day despite a slow start in the morning. We're in the second half of the day right now. And once again, a look at the Bass Track unofficial leaderboard for right now with Kyle Palmer, Tennessee on top, Bobby Bakewell, Dalton Smith, Brent Shores busted his way into the top 5. So things, as always, moving as we move on.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
Out here, it takes a certain type. The type who's always the first one out. The type who knows deep down everyone else is just fishing for second. Enter the Apex Series. See more fish, Seize more victories. Settle for nothing less. With unrivaled clarity, it's the top fish finder for the most demanding type of angler. Only from Humminbird.
Each Caymas boat is a masterpiece, created by the hands of the finest craftsmen in Middle Tennessee. Our team isn't just making boats, they're crafting legacies. Caymas stands for quality, craftsmanship, and performance without compromise. Join us and experience why every journey on a Caymas boat is about more than fishing. Caymas Boats, crafted for excellence, built for adventure.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities with 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
Any short-sighted spy in the field can provide you with images. Only the Moultrie Edge 2 cell cams provide tactical reconnaissance, high-resolution photos and videos paired with detailed intel of where game is most active. Built for simplicity, just turn on your Edge 2 cell cam and it will auto-connect to one of the 4 major cellular networks, while our easy-to-use app arms you with game plan so you can determine where and when to hunt. Don't just capture images, gather intelligence.
We're all sick of those deep voice industry buzzwords. Let's actually talk about something fun. Swim baits. The issue is it's intimidating for most anglers to gain confidence in throwing something this big. At Clutch Swim Bait Company, our social media posts, our videos, and our website is all dedicated to helping you, the angler, gain confidence in throwing these big baits. Beginner to advanced, we provide you the products and resources to help you catch more game-changing fish. If you'd like to take your swim bait fishing to the next level, check us out on social media or at clutchswimbaitco.com.
Welcome back to Lake Martin for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Last event, 9 stops on this season, taking you all the way from Florida to Arkansas to South Carolina, back across to Alabama, up north, also the wilds of Minnesota, the upper Mississippi River. They're well-traveled. They've put down a lot of miles today and burned a lot of gas. That is for sure. Especially our EQs, the ones who committed to fish all 9 events of the season. Cody Meyer, one of those. Great success in other tours. Wants to have a conquer in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he is doing great work for that this week here at our final stop.
Catch something.
I'm about sure that's the same dock.
No, I was going to say, I know on the map where that dock is now, we've gone to it enough, but doesn't mean you can't find another hot dock,
right.
You know? No. This one might actually have some weight on it. Or some fight in its heart.
Oh boy.
Heck yeah, dude. That's a nice spot right there. Look at that guy. Old wacky rig. We just went out scoping for a little bit. Came back up shallow. Picked up the Cinco. Look at that. Nice spot. Dude, that's gonna coal. That's gonna coal up at least a pound.
So he's gonna add a pound to his weight.
Let's see what we got here. We got a 140. Dude, 3-pound spot.
Wow.
3-pounder.
3-pound spot. Doesn't even need a coal tag. Heck yeah, man.
Let's go.
Dude, let's go. Look at that guy.
He's
leading into that coal there.
He said his smallest fish was a 1.4 140, and we had him on Bass Track as having a 1 pounder in there.
Wow.
So that was a 2 pound call on Bass Track for him.
11-13 yesterday. He's got about 9 and change today, so he's almost to 21 pounds.
But, hey, it worked. What's that Daiwa?
Let's say
10-pound test, man. That's
Cody's
so
in the cut
strong.
for tomorrow.
4 and 5, right?
Oh, with 21, I'll say that he's guaranteed. Like, I think
Yeah,
so.
I think you're right.
I know there was 20 10-pound bags, but I don't think that there'll be 20 guys averaging 10 pounds.
There'll be 12 today.
Yeah. Okay.
He is in the lead now.
Not even
also
gonna
in the
guess.
tournament.
Not even
You
gonna
creating drama?
Leading the tournament at one point today. He was leading the points race unofficially. Both of those are unofficial numbers, but Cody Meyer
That one
moving
was
the
big.
needle.
That was a pound
In
and a half
Alabama.
full.
It could be one of those deals where we secure the last spot for qualification today, maybe, but we don't decide AOY till tomorrow, possibly. It could be one of those deals.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if he can fall 9
Still up
spots,
in
if
the air.
Fothergill doesn't catch a few more, he's still on 3 fish. But he is leading. He's 24th.
A man from California, learned his trade out in California and comes to us from Idaho now, makes his home in Idaho, but fishing like he has been in Alabama all his life.
Give him a few more years, Tommy. He'll move a little bit more east, a little bit more east,
He'll
and
be in Nashville,
Alabama.
he'll be in Birmingham,
Yeah,
and eventually
exactly.
he'll be in Alexander City, Alabama.
That is a replay of the day worthy contestant for sure. Our biggest fish of the day and our biggest spotted bass we've seen. Most of the 3+ pounders we've seen are largemouth. That is a good spotted bass for Cody Meyer. Most definitely.
Spotted bass here are game, that's for sure, but they're generally smaller than you find in some of the famed smallmouth spots.
And Ronnie, he told me he loves Idaho. He drives here once, leaves the truck at different spots, and flies home when he's got some breaks. And three anglers over 20 pounds. Cody Meyer, Dalton Smith, and Kyle Palmer. Bobby Bakewell's right there at 19 pounds, 14 ounces.
We go from that memorable little corner where Cody Meyer was. He'll remember it, that's for sure. Back out to Bo Browning, who will remember this morning. That's also a certainty. Great job calling way outside the top 10 all the way up from there, making his argument that he should fish the Elite Series next year.
Should help.
Yeah. Pound and 3/4.
Pound and 3/4. That'll get him
4 ounces.
A couple more ounces in the right direction.
10 pounds even almost.
Just keeps chipping away.
Oh, he does. He is not giving up.
Hey, look at that.
He is going forward all day today.
So mom and dad at the launch, longtime elite Stephen Browning. Mom said the prophetic words of, what'd she say? Pressure is a privilege.
That's right.
Young Bo was feeling that.
Oh, Paul Marks has made his way to the docks and moments ago. Bait caster in hand, maybe his best fish of the day. Yes, indeed.
Oh, wow.
Big spot.
We talked about that. He did the same thing yesterday.
Golly.
Paul had dropped down to 9th place. Unfamiliar territory for him. He's been in 6, 7 all the way through this thing, but that fixes that problem.
A couple of 3-pound spots coming in here.
And people may say,
wow,
that is a good, it might be bigger than Cody's.
It's bigger than my largemouth yesterday.
Bigger than his largemouth yesterday. People may say at home, well, why is he spending so much time offshore fishing for those fish when every time he comes up to a dock, he catches a good fish? Bill, you know how it goes. He could fish 100 docks in a row, or he could fish docks the rest of the day and not get another bite like that. It's just this certain timings, but also selection of the docks. It's not every single dock.
It's not every dock, and you look in there and every dock looks the same, and for whatever reason, whether that's bottom composition or a brush pile or just something, there's always a certain dock in that whole area that's going to be better than the rest. And, you know, like you said, you may fish 50 docks and never get a bite. You may pull up to one dock and get 10 bites off of it. It seems like when the guys are getting a bite off a dock, those fish are healthy, they're fat. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that this afternoon.
A little easier to pinpoint. Like yesterday, his dock was in the back of a pocket and was the only piece of cover back there. And it was a big dock as well, plenty of places to be. In a situation like this, he is on a stretch of 10, 20, 30 docks before the bank even changes to the left or the right. And so it's so much harder to figure out why that dock had it, unless there's a brush pile under it or something like that.
I've always felt like during this time of year, there's a little window where we get dock fish, for example, that are they're straight bluegill eaters right before they go to that big bait fish feed, you know, for the fall, for the winter time. And I feel like we may have fell right in that little window. I know at home right now, they're definitely on that transitional bluegill thing. And let's face it, a lot of these fish that are up around docks are eating bluegills.
It's by far my favorite piece of cover to fish in the fall. Absolutely. Because you can catch those late summer fish at the ends of the docks. There's going to be fish on the walkways. Most of the time, these docks are connected to the bank that's either got a seawall or something you can parallel. So many different floats or poles, and you can just follow fish as they move up and down the dock, you know, through the season, it seems.
For me, this time of the year, I feel like they're going to get as shallow on a dock as they're going to get all year long.
And then when you have the lakes that get drawn down like Martin, when you have those floating docks and they kind of start touching the ground,
sitting on the bottom.
Yeah, they sit on the, there's going to be like a corner of it that's like every day you'll catch one off that corner and their bellies have mud on them so you're just like, hey, you got all this dock and you're sitting right where it's touching the ground.
And they're typically good ones.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have talked about that. But yeah, they're typically good ones. Creating drama.
Yeah, creating drama and giving away a little bit here. We'll take all the information we can get. Just as Evan Kung has been totally committed to that deep offshore bite, Cody Meyer has put all his marbles on this one right here, this particular sort of a situation. Paid off for him. Back on top, back the man in the lead. As we mentioned earlier, at one point today, he held the lead in the points race as well, so he is absolutely killing it here on Lake Martin here. The man from Idaho, Cody Meyer on top, Dalton Smith, Kyle Palmer, Bobby Bakewell, and Paul Marks. And another Idahoan, Brent Shores, in sixth place. How about Idaho representing here in the state of Alabama? What next?
Don't give up.
Discover the Dakota Lithium DL Plus 135 amp hour battery. With dual-purpose 135 amp-hour deep cycle capacity and an impressive 1,000 cold cranking amps, this innovative battery is equipped with even heat technology, allowing charging even in temperatures below 32 Fahrenheit, and boasts power gauge Bluetooth connectivity for real-time monitoring. Dakota Lithium, engineered to power your passion from bow to stern.
You're here for the hook set and nothing else. Because the battle between you and the bass should always be front and center. And now that the best trolling motors ever made are even better, we'll lead the charge. So you can focus on getting them to bite whenever and wherever the fight takes you. With Minn Kota, you're free to fish on any front.
Every day, we live to serve you. On the farm, our tires work as hard as you do, ensuring a bountiful harvest. We empower your discovery beneath the surface. We stand tall with you to conquer timber. We maximize efficiency in an interconnected world. We help you build the foundation of tomorrow. No matter the job, we know that your success is our success. Because at Maximum Tire, we get the job done.
Our SV spool design is made with one thing in mind: casting control. Whether it is casting lightweight baits, skipping, pitching, or casting into the wind, the Tatula SV reels virtually eliminate backlashes when set properly. Now with our groundbreaking technology and innovations, backlashes can be a thing of the past.
So we're not all professional anglers. We don't all compete on the biggest stage. But inside us all burns the same fire to be a champion. It's why you get out early, brave the toughest conditions, point the bow toward adventure, and put the hammer down. For whatever trophy or fish or memory you're chasing, count on a Mercury Pro XS outboard, engineered to deliver the speed and reliability you need to power the champion inside you.
...2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. This is bass fishing country, this part of the world, Southern Appalachians, kind of the southwest end of the Appalachian chain. This place, I think it qualifies as a highland reservoir, Lake Martin for sure. Water clarity would certainly suggest that here. Of course, they haven't had rain for a couple of weeks here. Did have a good bit of rain a couple of weeks ago, but it's certainly cleared and has dropped a tiny bit. But some of our anglers definitely figuring things out. This man,
Doc here,
better than everyone else so far at this point in the tournament. Cody Meyer with the lead, 10 ounces ahead of Dalton Smith of Kentucky.
Good, man. So we just finally caught a really nice one today. Got a 3-pound spot. Like I say, we caught that under a dock, super shallow. We're just gonna do this the rest of the day. You know, we got, oh man, I just missed one. We got, you know, a decent limit, you know, 9+ pounds for sure. We got a 140 in there and a 150. So, you know, if we can just get 2 more quality bites the rest of the day, you know, I feel like we can potentially make the top 10. But I mean, I'm having fun. This is what I love to do. You know, I went out scoping for a little bit, and you know, there's a lot of fish out there. They're not the size we need. We need the, you know, these 2+ pounders here, and they're so hard to catch on Lake Martin. But I'm just gonna fish shallow the rest of the day, fish all these really shallow docks, you know, where you can potentially catch a largemouth or a big spot. But so far it's good. It's only, heck, 11 o'clock almost. Got over 9 pounds, and we can easily cull up. That's the thing. It's not like, you know, we're sitting there with 5 2-pounders. I wish we were, but I mean, we got some small ones. So just need to run into a couple more good ones, and we'll be fishing tomorrow.
Meyer's leading, chasing Easton Fothergill for the Tackle Warehouse EQ Points Angler of the Year. Fothergill just landed a 1-pounder. He's up to 5.5 pounds. He's in 25th place, though. Meyer started 27 points behind Fothergill. We'll see how that shakes out. It's got interesting.
Cody Meyer, one of those anglers who came into this St. Croix Bassmaster Opens circuit for 2024 with a lot of accolades, a lot of credits under his belt here for sure. He's been fishing other tours with a lot of success for many, many years.
Took us a little bit to get him on camera. He had such solid finishes, really no missed cuts, no worse than 50th all year long. Finally got to see him at Lake Eufaula. He was one who survived that tough one for a lot of anglers, and then the Mississippi River. He said he kept it simple. He said he'd been here so many times. Don't go lock up, don't go lock down, just stay in that Black River, not far from the takeoff area. There's so much cover and structure.
Really at home in these northern lakes for sure, as you can see that finish there. Leech Lake and the Mississippi River, pretty strong finish and just solid leading up to that. That's the key.
And Leech Lake was a huge boost for him because that was a 2-day event, 1 day shortened because of weather. They do 2 days. He wasn't obviously on camera after day 1, but that day 2 jump, he had, I think, 24 or 25 pounds, one of the biggest bags of the final day, and it vaulted him up so much points-wise to even have the opportunity to compete with Easton. Because Easton was topped out. He was the leader and won that event.
Yeah.
But Cody, who was maybe, I don't want to guess incorrectly, but farther down the leaderboard and jumping all the way up to 4th was absolutely monumental. And if he was to pull this off.
His worst finish was Lake St. Clair, I believe. Is that right? Where you would think that
probably fished more there than others.
Excel, absolutely.
Last 2 events, 4th and 5th. He's maintained contact. He's been kind of close within the 30, 40 points of Fothergill, even though Fothergill's won 2 events.
And it wasn't like he didn't catch him at St. Clair, because I bet if you look at the numbers, he probably had 20 a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 20 pounds a day is catching them.
Yeah, he had 40 pounds, 9 ounces for 2 days.
Yeah.
We need to quit going to those type fisheries. Spend more time on lakes like this.
There you go.
Your victory at Pickwick was a grimy tournament, but Cliff Pace said a long time ago in the Classic at Grand when he won that, and I never forget it. He said there's a difference in fishing a tough place that's fishing good. He would rather fish a good place fishing tough because the quality of fish exists and has potential there. It's just not at 100%. And in that Pickwick event you won, so much flooding and water and change of water clarity and so much current that it was fishing a little tricky and hard for a lot of people, but every bite was a
good one.
Was a good fish. Like all your fish on the final day you said you thought were 2-pounders other than the big one, and they weighed 3-something because they were just healthy, good quality fish.
And up to that point I'd been catching so many good, 4-pound fish that
this is an
I just, oh my
pace,
gosh, I only got 2-pounders in here.
Got a Tucker Smith update. He's got a limit. He's up to 18th place. He had a bad first day. He's about 8 pounds, 56th place. So he's moved back.
We'll have to see who wins the roommate battle. Tucker and Paul Marks. Who's gonna be the one to win 3rd place in the points?
We've had plenty of fireworks today. Hasn't really ignited for our day 1 leader. Yeah, but that's still to come for Will Davis, we think, of course. Evan Kung working hard, staying committed to what he's doing, trying to fish his way into the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. Cody Meyer, terrific day yesterday.
Bet it's nice day. You smell me or you smell it?
Keeping it going today. Down the leaderboard just a little bit from his number 3 spot, but still definitely a big part of the conversation.
Picked up the Cinco. Look at that. Nice. Heck yeah, man.
Could be the man of the day right there. Cody Meyer. Hey, we appreciate you being with us here for the live action here from St. Croix Bassmaster Open, last one of the season. The coverage is going to continue in about an hour's time on Bassmaster.com. Also, that is where you'll find the weigh-in. The first flight checks in about 2:30 p.m. Find that on Bassmaster.com. Tomorrow, we'll be right back with you on FS1, starting at the same time, 7 Central, 8 Eastern.